So, good evening everybody and welcome to the 21st leg. No, we haven't gone back in time. We had an adjourned match, so today is Wednesday. We've just kicked off the month of March and there's a match today in Mallorca's stadium.
Aquí estamos para disputar esta nueva jornada para igualarnos al resto de equipos, tener ya
So another new match here today, our opportunity to be on a par with the rest of the league table in terms of matches played, and hopefully to bring away some points today, which is of course our objective.
Ya en el mes de marzo, en un mes en el que bueno pues se va acercando ya la primavera.
So as we know, March is near the clocks going forward, near springtime now, and then of course that means usually better weather conditions as well, and today is going to be a chilly night, that's for sure. Today was very good weather, very sunny day today, but we're all going to be very, very eager. And I'm sure that the excitement of the match is going to be enough to take that cold edge off the atmosphere here. So we are going to go to our colleague Esteban very soon, who as usual is outside the stadium ready to speak to some fans there. Of course, today being a weeknight, it might be one of those days when people are slightly later coming into the stadium. However, we encourage everybody to come down as soon as possible because there's always a lot of atmosphere outside our stadium. There's lots of fans gathering outside as well, and you might have a chance to speak to our colleague Esteban. Of course, Real Sociedad is fighting at the moment to be in one of the European Championship positions on the league table. It really is a very strong team, but we're going to have to try and beat them anyway today. So kickoff is at 9 p.m. and a win today could bring us right away from the relegation zone. So we would love to put a bit of distance between us and the last teams on the league table. So we will be with you right up until kickoff time at 9 p.m. with our pre-match coverage tonight. We'll be following the team's arrivals very soon. We'll be expecting Mallorca team arrival in a couple of minutes. We've also got some interviews lined up for you this evening. Very well-known face of Mallorcan fans and football. 5 seasons played in Mallorca, but he was also a player in Real Sociedad, and they'll be telling us about their memories and experiences, and actually current experiences because they're still playing football. We will be revealing their identity later. We also will have an ex-Real Sociedad player giving us an interview later, but who also has a very intense connection with our islands too. However, he is the maximum caps of any Real Sociedad player, almost 600 appearances with the Real Sociedad shirt. So more of that later. Now we're going to Esteban, who is outside the stadium. So it's difficult, Esteban, to get a good atmosphere going today on a weeknight, but how are you experiencing the atmosphere? So as you can see, I'm here amongst devils and demons. So you've come here to produce fear and also to show support, right? Also the drums as well. The very typical Mallorcan style of drum band and percussion band. Obviously, it's a complicated day and time for a match for people to make their way down to the stadium. However, it's going to be an amazing match tonight, so we encourage everybody to make their way down. And if you do, make sure you come around this area of the stadium in order to soak up some of this atmosphere going on. So you're the boss, right? Yes, I'm head of the group. Yes, see if we can get a win today. Well, if you dress like that, at least you'll make Real Sociedad scared of you. Well, that's the plan. We hope so. But we'll see if the boss of the percussion group also has a technical name. Well, you've left your percussion players by themselves, but I'm sure they'll be okay. Yeah, they'll be fine. Yeah, I just have to mark a couple of things for them and they're good to go. Yeah, today we've got a win for sure. The devil, the mascot, asked us for some help, so we've delivered. We're here to make some noise. So will you be doing a bit of a party inside the match later? Yes, well, we'll be helping to bring up the atmosphere outside the stadium. We'll be having some mask painting activities for the younger ones, and then obviously we'll be playing the drums inside the stadium with a match on later. So, as you can see, a big party happening out here.
Sí, señor. Bueno, pues un autèntic dimoni. El nostre Esteban Ramon també, aquí con esa batucada, con ese
So Esteban, as we know, a bit of a devil too there, getting into the spirit of things. Actually, I can hear the drums from that are outside the stadium from here in the commentating box.
Por el anillo del estadio, por las pistas de atletismo, y van a dar muchísimo ambiente también en la previa del partido.
They will also be helping to bring up the atmosphere when the stadium fills up later. They'll be placed on the athletics track that goes around the grass. So we're going to go straight to our first interview now. We wanted to conduct this interview in the first leg of the league, but obviously because of the adjourned match we were not able to. So it is the player that had the most appearances for Real Sociedad. It's Alberto Gorriz, who is live from San Sebastián in the Basque Country.
Bueno, pues yo decía, ¿no?
Yes, thank you, I'm
que
fine.
Hoy teníamos uno de los invitados que tendríamos sería Alberto Gorriz, que luego contamos el vínculo también que tienes con
So we'll be going over your connection with our islands later.
Pero bueno, ya
It's very special.
¿no?
But just to point out, yes,
la historia de la Real Sociedad, yo lo estaba mirando antes,
most caps for Real Sociedad in its history.
A ver, pregunta,
599. So my first question, couldn't you play another one to get to a 600? Well, I could have, yeah, but the coach decided that I had to stay on 599. We were against Barcelona. They were for the league playoff. We didn't have anything really to play for, and I was left on the bench. So I was always stayed on 599. Well, I mean, it's a very good number. It was more than 600 caps if we count your Spanish selection matches. Of course, we are not used to nowadays seeing a player who spends his whole career in the same club. You were there from 1978 to 1993. Yes, I mean, football has changed. It's more professional now on every level. It's very rare to see a player to stay in the same club and in their own province, in their own city. For me, that was pride. I was nearly left at one point, but it was I was really, really happy and proud of the career I managed to forge there. So it was quite recently that Real Sociedad won the King's Cup again, and there was a lot said and remembered about your pass through Real Sociedad and the time period when you were there, of course. Kind of a golden age of Real Sociedad, who won the league, who won the King's Cup. That was a delight for fans. Yes, I was there for a really nice, really beautiful time in the club's history. It was the kind of era when the teams were starting to have maybe one or two foreign players per lineup, per team. And most of us were actually from the area, and we'd grown up together. We'd been on the youth team together. I always remember Arconada being in the goal. Zamora, for example. really high quality players that gave star quality to the rest of the block, and thanks to them and some good work from the coaches as well, we managed to get some really good results and some really beautiful years. Yes, well, what names you said then, really important people. So what kind of memories have you got, especially of matches against Mallorca? Well, you did score against us in our old stadium, Real Sociedad.
Sí, me acuerdo perfectamente además porque era una
Yes, I remember very well.
que marqué como 6 o 7 goles, 7, creo que fueron 7.
It was a season where I actually scored 6 or 7 goals, which is a lot for a midfield, a central defense player.
Pero me acuerdo que Tosak, esa temporada, los partidos que nos poníamos perdiendo 1-0, pues me mandaba al central arriba, como luego en su momento hizo.
But I remember that season when we were 1-0 down, Tosar would always send me up into midfield, and he did it that day as well. And I was lucky enough to score a couple of times because then we'd usually equalise thanks to my goal. And one of those occasions was in Mallorca. Then I remember another time I scored against Mallorca B was in a King's Cup qualifier. They were really good, really young players. We had a good team, and I was lucky to score there. Yes, I was just going to mention that as well. So before asking you about this connection with our islands, so you have been an international player because you've played with the Spanish selection. So you were in Italy 1990. You did score a goal in the World Cup where we lost to Yugoslavia in the round eighths. So that's an achievement as well. It was a dream come true for me. I was 32 by then as well, and it was great. When I debuted with the Spanish team, I couldn't believe it, and we took a really good team to that World Cup. And it was a real shame when we were knocked out by the old Yugoslavia, because I thought we really did bring a good team to the tournament. However, on a personal, individual level, I was really satisfied and proud. So yes, obviously a key figure in Real Sociedad's club history, but there's another Alberto Gorris that the islands know as well. Who is your son? So he came here to play for Formentera and in the Peña Deportiva, and he stayed around here. Yes, I mean his partner is there as well, and he always says that his partner says that the climate over there is much better. Obviously it's going to be better than the Basque Country, that's for sure. I mean, he's now got his footballing family there as well as his partner. And then he was also with second B Mallorca team. But I always say to him, to play against any of the Mallorca teams should be a proud moment, because for me they're always worthy of being in first division. So I think that he just needs to learn Mallorquín now. Yes, the last step in the integration process for him. So one of the seasons where they actually lost against your son's team was when he was in the Mallorca 2B team. Yes, of course. I mean, the team where my son was playing at the time, their stadium has nothing to do with the Mallorca stadium. But the team did really well that time. And then look, obviously at the end of the day now you can see Mallorca that's in first division, and very well deserved too. So obviously we know the pandemic has complicated everything a lot, but have you managed to get yourself over to our islands every now and again? I have obviously seen you in the stands at certain matches, especially on the mainland. So do you take advantage of that and go and spend your summers in Formentera?
ir más, pero voy bastante.
Yes, I do go quite a lot. I'd love to go even more, but I do get over there as soon as whenever I can.
Tiene ahí pendiente el partido, por ejemplo, normalmente vamos a Formentera, ¿no? Formentera, Ibiza, pero
So
Mallorca
yes,
nos
we usually
encanta
go to Formentera and Ibiza, but we also love Mallorca. And there's a match against Andrach that I already have in my calendar. So I'll be coming over to that and taking advantage of spending a couple of days here and watching Mallorca play.
Bueno, pues vamos a aprovechar pues ese viaje a Andrach, a ver si lo podemos cuadrar y puedes venir a hacernos una visita aquí al Visi Mallorca Stadium y que bueno, pues estaremos encantados.
So if you do, then we would love you to pay us a visit into the Mallorca Stadium and come and say hello. We'd love that.
Los que puedes, una institución allí. Supongo que vas a ver el partido esta noche.
So of course, it's great to for when you do go and watch Real Sociedad when they're playing at home. So what do you think about the match today? Obviously, there are people that are off for Real Sociedad, but they're definitely the favourites. Well, they're the favourites because of their positions on the league board, and maybe because of the pressure that Mallorca are going to be under. Because, of course, Mallorca's situation right now is more delicate than Real Sociedad's. And because of those 3 points are really, really important for them tonight. However, I think Mallorca playing at home is going to be dangerous and they're going to go all out to try and get those 3 points. So it's been an absolute pleasure to speak to you. Obviously, we would have loved for you to be here in person with us. We wanted to do this interview already months ago before the match was adjourned. It's a privilege for us to have your son playing on the Balearic Islands as well. So thank you very much and we'd love to speak to you soon. Thank you very much and best of luck for the rest of the season. So that is it there from Alberto Górez. We just witnessed the arrival of all the Mallorca players to the stadium. So the boys are here. We expect Real Sociedad to be here very soon.
Un poquito en el infierno, estaba como en el infierno Esteban y no sé ara amb aquí estàs company, conta-mos.
So we're going to go back to Esteban now outside the stadium. Yes, so we were in purgatory earlier with those demons. So we're here with a bit of a brotherhood going on. We've done this many times before. So today you're supporting Real Sociedad. Yeah, I've come here to watch a good match, midweek, something to bring a bit of joy to the week. Yeah, I mean, I live here, so I had to come and support anyway. Will you let him celebrate the goals? I don't think so. But I guess that's nice that you're both here together. You're going to be friends, and you're going to, I guess you'll have a toast before the match. But yeah, I think it's a really nice thing in football to see when people come together from different teams. Well, we're hoping for a good turnout today. We are going to be giving away some t-shirts later today. So, well, great then, I'll be there. So what's your prediction for the match today? So obviously the 3 points would be fabulous for us, but how do you think the match is going to end? I think it's going to be 1-0 from us, like Odegaard's goal a couple of years ago. That would be enough for me. Well, in my case, I mean, I know it's going to be a complicated rival, especially on paper. We do have a couple of people off in Mallorca as well. Galarreta's absence is going to be really complicated for us. But 2-1 would be my ideal prediction. Yeah, Maurici being our new striker is always a scary thing against other teams.
Yo creo que no, pero bueno, dejaremos que siga creyendo. ¿Tú quién resulta que voy? Yo ando tú. Bueno, pues red. Dani,
so 2-1 the final prediction here from our Mallorca supporter. So Danny, we always love to have both sides of the perspectives here, one from each team, so nice to see that side of it as well. Yes, of course, always welcoming the visiting fans.
La llegada de la expedición de la Real Sociedad, yo os decía, que, bueno, y ahí creo que ese, lo he visto ahora de rampallada, pero me parecía que era Ansotegui, ¿no? Que estaba saludando a Anabel Soto.
I think that was Ansote there, entering the stadium and embracing our head of protocol at the door, greeting the players and the technical team.
Con Damon mallorquí, y ahí tenemos a Imanol Alguacil, el técnico de la Real Sociedad, mirando el reloj, pues son Manolo.
Alguacil, the technical coach from Real Sociedad, 7:36 p.m. currently here. So as we said, Real Sociedad, a couple of people absent today, but still extremely complicated, extremely difficult rival for Mallorca. But we're still going to give it our all and try and get those points. So we've witnessed the arrival of both teams now entering the changing rooms, and we've got another interview lined up for you. So we've spoken to Alberto Gorriz. So we are back to talk to somebody who we've spoken to before and who we were really eager to have back with us.
Gonzalo Chori Castro, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes.
So we're going to Gonzalo Chori Castro. So, how are you?
Bueno, yo ahora mismo no le escucho. No sé si.
It seems like we're having some hearing problems there. I don't know if we can.
Pero me parece que ahora tengo problemas para escuchar al gran Chori Castro. Vamos a ver si podemos solucionar este tema de sonido. A ver, Gonzalo, háblanos un poco, a ver si te escuchamos.
It seems that we do have a bit of a hearing problem there. We might be hearing his background sound rather than his speaking volume, but we're going to try and fix that for you. So yes, he was a Mallorca player for 4.5 seasons. Because the first season he was here, he arrived mid-season. So 148 matches played with Mallorca, 27 goals scored between the league and the King's Cup. Very, very good left foot. And then, of course, he was also with Real Sociedad. He was there for 3.5 seasons. And then to end up his Spanish footballing career in Malaga. So we're going to go back and see if we can hear him properly now.
Okay,
that's better.
Esto es lo que pasa, estamos acostumbrados a la videollamada, siempre hay problemas ahí de audio, pero bueno.
So yeah, we're so used to these video calls, but something always goes wrong. There's always some kind of technical issue.
No, sí, además estaba cambiando el lugar también recién porque la señal es la vea complicada, así que bueno, ya estamos.
Yeah, also I was trying to find a place in the flat with the best connection, so yeah, I'm glad there's no problems. So Gonzalo, it's really nice to see you again. So you're in your native country now, enjoying football. So a match today between two of your ex-teams. So how do you feel about the rivalry between these two teams today? Well, I'm always keeping my eye out for all the news. 2018, obviously, I decided to come back to Uruguay and bring my family with me to continue my footballing career here. And I'm always checking on how they're doing. Of course, with Mallorca, I witnessed the relegation to the second division, and we had to battle for a couple of years to come back up to first. But they are a more than deserving team to be in first division, and it would be great for them to get to a European Championship at some point in their career. So almost 150 matches within a Mallorca shirt, many goals as well. So good memories for you, I guess. Yeah, there were 5 very beautiful seasons for me. There were very big changes every year.
a competir y a tratar de hacer lo mejor posible y bueno,
But every year we went out and tried to do it the best we could.
Para mantenernos y otro, bueno, logramos lo que fue la clasificación a Europa League, que al final nos sacaron.
Al final de verdad no lo pudimos jugar, pero bueno, os lo ganasteis evidentemente sobre el césped. Además me
And
acuerdo
then, of
que
course, the year that we managed to classify for the Europa League, then obviously we weren't able to play there. Yes, that is true. So when you arrived to the club, you had that rivalry against Arango on the wings, and eventually you managed to secure that place. But there were some players on the wings for Mallorca in those years.
También un jugador que hizo gran carrera profesional y fue muy, digo yo que hasta el día de hoy es muy recordado ahí en la isla porque un jugador de
Yeah, I think Juan was a great player and he's really well remembered as well on the island.
Como nos pasa a la mayoría de los extranjeros, a no ser que sea de por ahí cerca, que la liga sea similar, cuesta mucho porque cambia mucho lo que es el ritmo de juego, las canchas.
Of course, when you're a foreign player, if you're not from somewhere that's very near, it's the game is completely different. It's true, with the structure of the matches and everything. And I had a couple of injuries. My first year there, I was off for a couple of months because of an injury. But then you adapt and you start feeling a bit better and things start working your way.
Y como digo, después también de ese exitoso paso por el Mallorca, pues bueno, firmaste también por la Real Sociedad, donde.
And then, of course, after your exit from Mallorca, you signed with Real Sociedad. You went to the Europa League, Champions League. So, very special club for you.
Sí, bueno, tuve la suerte de como yo digo, me tocó al final también en Málaga la última parte, pero me tocaron tres clubes.
Yes, obviously then after I played with Malaga, and I feel really lucky that I was in three really great Spanish teams.
Mucho tiempo, en Mallorca 5 años y en la Real Sociedad.
I was lucky as well in the sense that each team that I played with, I was there for quite a long time, 5 years with Mallorca, 3.5 with Real Sociedad. You know, a lot of players are only in a club for 6 months, a year, and then they have to change again.
Sí, la verdad, un arraigo muy grande. Que sin duda hasta el día de hoy estamos pendientes de lo que es Mallorca y la Real Sociedad.
But of course, having spent so much time there, I keep up to date with both clubs until today. So obviously we don't want to take too much of your time now. We are in the pre-match coverage for the match. So as you said, you are back in Uruguay now. You're on the national team. Now you're in River Plate Football Club. So what's your sensations over there? Yeah, it's been really nice. Unexpected as well, because obviously after so many years in the Spanish league. But we made the decision on a family level.
Teniendo hijos de 3 y 1 año, bueno, creo que era el momento de venir al país.
We were considering staying in Europe, but having a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, it seemed like the time to go home.
Campeón uruguayo y ahora estamos con River, que el año pasado clasificamos a Sudamericana y ahora
So last season with River Plate, we managed to classify for the South American Cup. And now we're hoping to get some more recognition on international levels. Yes, so as you've said, your return home has been an absolute success.
Hace varios años y lo tenemos ahora aquí a Gio, ¿no? Gio González, el lateral, no sé si.
So Gio, our new winger for Mallorca, I don't know if you know him. He also has come out of River Plate Club. So what advice would you give him if you could give him any? Because obviously he's kind of following in your kind of path, but on the inverse.
Creo que el fútbol, el trabajo y el sacrificio del día a día y
well, I think football is all about hard work and sacrifice day after day.
Por algo lo llevaron, entonces quiere decir que tiene las cualidades y las habilidades.
I think he's been signed for a reason, which means that he clearly has the quality and the technique to be playing in a club like Mallorca.
La primera vez capaz que le toca salir del país.
It's the first time he's had to leave the country. We haven't been teammates, but we have been rivals, actually.
Se lo pedimos, no te preocupes.
Pero no, la verdad, bueno, justo coincidimos que es el lateral derecho de Peñarol y yo volante izquierdo de Nacional o puntero, entonces...
But yes, of course, he was on a rival team on the right wing and I was on my team on the left wing. So we're used to facing up to each other on the pitch, of course. But I think he's got a lot of potential and he's going to grow a lot more.
En la selección y esperemos que bueno, que el Mallorca lo pueda demostrar y desearle todo el éxito.
And I hope Mallorca is the place where he can bring that potential to the forefront. So it's been a pleasure to hear from you again and to know how well things are going. Our great Chori Castro. So it is, as I said, an important match as it's two of your ex-clubs facing up to each other today. So we send you a massive hug and a big goodbye from us in the stadium here, and we hope to hear from you soon. Yes, thank you very much. We haven't been now to Mallorca for a very long time. We do miss the island.
De Copa y el otro por tratar de tomar un aire en lo que es la tabla de abajo que viene apretando y siempre.
Of course, they are two different objectives. But I wish you all the best of luck and the best of success for today. So thank you very much, and we hope so too.
Bueno, pues ahí teníamos esa comunicación con el Chori Castro, ¿no? Que como digo, pues dejó un grandísimo
So interview there with Chori Castro. So it's 13 minutes to 8 now. We will be back very soon with the pre-match interview with Pedro Rostoy, Mallorca's second coach, who today will be the first coach because, as we know, Luis García Plaza has been sanctioned with 2 matches away from the pitch after protesting against a yellow card decision, so he'll be watching from a private commentating box, which means Pedro Rostoy will be in charge. So we're going to a short ad break and we'll be back very soon.
Llenamos de contenidos tu vuelo y tú decides disfrutarlos o soñarlos en asientos cama. Te damos acceso directo al pasillo y tú decides máxima privacidad y confort. Llevamos más alto nuestra clase business y tú decides volar con nosotros. O no. Pero un consejo. Decide llegar tan lejos como quieras en la nueva clase business. Air Europa. Tú decides.
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas y fachadas. Financia ahora el 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importes desde 200 euros hasta 200.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
Bueno, pues aquí seguimos en esta previa del partido que vamos a disputar esta
So
noche ante
we
la
are
Real
back
Sociedad.
here
Las
live in
9
our
esta
pre-match
jornada
coverage,
21, recordemos
ready
partido
for
aplazado
the
que
21st leg
actualizamos
of the
hoy
league, as we
ante la
remember,
Real
an
Sociedad este
adjourned
miércoles
match
2
which is
de
going to kick
marzo,
off at
día
9
agradable,
p.m.
pero día en el que
tonight,
pues esperamos una buena
Wednesday,
entrada para este
2nd of March.
partidazo
We know it's a
que pues la gente
weeknight,
nos pueda acompañar
but we
en
expect
busca
a
de una
fantastic
victoria.
match and we
Saludamos también aquí a la
expect
mesa
and
de
hope for
comentaristas, se incorpora también a
maximum
esta
amount of
retransmisión nuestro
support with us
comentarista
anyway.
Manolo Moya, es jugador del Real Mallorca. Manolo, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás?
So
Hola,
we've
buenas
got our
tardes.
guest
Bueno, con
commentator
ganas, ¿no?,
here
de
today,
reencontrarnos con la
Manolo
victoria
Moya,
después de
ex-Mallorca
esas buenas
player.
sensaciones, pero de no haber podido hacerlo en los dos últimos partidos.
Sí, la verdad que bueno, hoy es un partido en clave y sobre todo importante.
Well,
porque,
today is
bueno,
definitely a key
solo
match,
podemos
an
sumar
important
porque el
match.
Mallorca es, como dijo Luis García Plaza, es el comodín que tenemos. Y ha venido
Obviously, this is kind of the
en una buena fecha
extra
porque el Mallorca
match.
con
It's a
los
good
fichajes
time of the
de
season
invierno, pues,
for us to have it after
se
the
nota sobre
winter
todo los
signings,
resultados y en el
because
juego.
Mallorca is
Y bueno, en
definitely
casa
reaping
pues
the
estamos
benefits
teniendo
of
una dinámica
those.
buena y esperemos que
We're playing well at the
que
moment.
nos
We've
falte
got
el
some
gol
good, a
como nos
good
faltó
playing
el otro día ante el
dynamic,
Valencia.
and hopefully we just get the goals today, which we missed in the last weeks.
Así la gente te ve bien. Hemos de
We're
hacerlo
just going to
pendiente.
shift you
Ahora,
there
bueno,
so
ya
that everybody
tenemos el
can
11
see
aquí,
you
pero
well
no lo
and
vamos a contar
properly.
porque primero vamos a escuchar
So we
al
do
segundo
have
entrenador
the
del Real
starting
Mallorca, luego
lineup
os
ready
contaremos
here, but we
el 11 y
won't
alguna
reveal
novedad
it
que hay
just
en
yet because we're
el
going to hear
equipo. Es
from
verdad que la Real
Pedro
Sociedad
Rostoy
también llega
first.
con bajas, pero sigue
So
siendo
Real
un
Sociedad
equipo
has
candidato
absences
a
as
luchar
well,
por la
even though
Champions
they're
muy
still an
complicado.
amazing
Sí, bueno, la Real Sociedad
team.
va séptimo en la liga, será por algo, pero bueno, es un equipo que
Well, they're
deja
seventh in the
jugar
league. I mean, that's for
y
a
bueno, y eso
reason.
al Mallorca pues le viene
They are
bien,
a
sobre
team
todo en
that
casa, porque
allows
bueno,
the
el
other to
Mallorca
play, which is
va a
good
jugar,
news for
le va a
Mallorca,
jugar de tú a
especially
tú
at
y
home.
le viene bien estos equipos que juegan al fútbol porque bueno, nos tienen mucho respeto, el entrenador ya lo ha dicho y bueno,
Also,
si
the tea
vemos
is nice
ojalá que
when
veamos
Mallorca
un buen
goes up
partido y
against a
sobre todo que
team
la
and a
victoria
coach
se
that
quede en casa
respect
porque son
Mallorca.
3 puntos muy importantes para
And
nosotros.
hopefully
Como decías, bueno,
it
pues
could be a
esas buenas
victory that
sensaciones,
stays
pero
at
hay que
home today, because
evidentemente
those 3
refrendarlas
points
con
would be
victoria. Hoy no va
golden
a estar
for
el míster
us.
en el banquillo. Dos
So
partidos
today,
de
the
sanción, va a
coach
estar
and manager is
Rostoy de
not
nuevo
going to
ahí
be
al
pitch
mando.
side.
Bueno, en principio
There's that 2-match
lo va a sufrir Luis
sanction.
García porque va a estar lejos y le va a costar, pero
So
bueno, yo
he's
creo
definitely going
que
to
lo va a poder hacer
suffer
bien.
from being
Ahora te
far
lo
away,
pregunto, pero
but
vamos
he's going to be
primero con
fine for
Pedro
sure.
Rostoy, con la mano derecha Luis García
So
Plaza, que ya
first
está
of
con
all,
nuestro
we're
compañero
going to
Esteban.
hear from Pedro Rostoy, who is with Esteban.
Pues así es, Dani, ya estamos con Pedro Rostoy, hoy le llamaremos mister, hoy se tendrás que sentar o no
So we're going to
sentar
call
en
him
el
manager
banquillo.
today.
¿Qué tal? ¿Sensaciones del partido
Going
de
to
hoy?
have to be on the bench and in charge. So what's your feelings? Well, we're excited. We're going to try and get those 3 points.
De la parte de abajo que jugamos hoy, no juega nadie más y bueno, pues tenemos.
Of course, we are one of the only teams in the bottom half of the board that's playing today, and it's an opportunity for us. Yes, and especially on the previous match, right? You know, there were so many opportunities, we couldn't get the goal, we lost in the end, but the hard work and the benefits, the results seem to be there. Yeah, I think the team is gaining confidence because we're doing everything right. And it's good to be getting more and more goal-scoring opportunities because that is the way we're going to get points eventually. So I think the team just needs to believe in what we're doing and believe in themselves. And if we got 3 points today, it would be a massively happy for us. So just going through a couple of the choices today for the starting lineup. So there's a couple of changes. Well, there's 3 matches in a week, of course. A lot of the players aren't really on form right now.
pensamos, como siempre, ¿no? Que para este partido nos puede venir bien las cosas.
We've had a good few days to more or less recover everybody. And we thought today that Amath being up top striking would be a strong choice. So are you more or less nervous when you have to be in charge? Obviously, you know that Luis Garcia is going to be trying to communicate and call you constantly to help and give you instructions. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm more nervous. I mean, I'm equally nervous when I'm the second coach, and I'm always just really incredibly excited for the boys to do well. So I just hope that we do everybody proud today. So of course the rivals cannot add any points today. We can. So it's a really important match. So of course everybody plays the equal amount of matches, but we have an advantage over the bottom half of the league table today, and we're the only ones who have the opportunity to make the distance on the league board today. So we are incredibly eager to get those 3 points. And we would love to have slightly more tranquility towards the rest of the league. Well, thank you very much. There's Pedro Rostoy's words there, as you can see, excited to get those points. Of course, Pedro Rostoy excited about being in charge today. He would, of course, love to be with Luis Garcia Plaza, as usual. So what do you think about the absence of the main coach? Is it a big disadvantage? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Luis Garcia will be thinking in the commentary box. I mean, he'll be locked in the cage upstairs. He will be extremely nervous, but obviously he knows that today is about the boys, and it's about getting the points. Obviously, a very controversial direct red card decision on him last weekend.
Esperemos que no le vuelva a expulsar más este año.
Esperemos que no, esperemos que evidentemente no. Bueno, pues vamos a conocer el 11 del Real Mallorca. Hemos anticipado ya, evidentemente.
So we are going to go and let you know the starting lineup. Obviously, there was a spoiler there in that Pedro Rostoy interview. So we've got Sergio Rico in goal, line of 4 in the back with one change with Brian Olivan on the left wing instead of Jaume Costa. We've got Pablo Maffeo on the other side, Raillo captaining as usual in the central defence with the Slovakian Martin Valgent. Midfielders today, Antonio Sanchez, Galarreta substitute, and Salva Sevilla.
Y ya vemos, pues esa disposición en principio con Amath Ndiaye y Take Kubo escorados en las bandas.
And then up top we've got Amath Ndiaye and Take Kubo on the wings, Dani Rodriguez in the centre, and then Murishi, head striker for today, wearing number 7.
Manolo Moya, ¿qué te parece este equipo con estos dos cambios?
So what do you think of this lineup, Manolo?
En una semana jugamos 3 partidos, es normal que tenga que haber cambios y bueno, prácticamente.
Well, like Pedro Rostoy said, there's been 3 matches without any changes now, so it's completely normal to change it up a bit. We're using the same formation, but we're playing at home. We've got very many fit players. So we're up against a team that plays football very well, very nicely. And I just hope for a great match, and just hope that we are able to take home the 3 points.
Con esos cambios, sobre todo con la entrada de Amath Ndiaye, pues seguramente.
So the major change here is the incorporation of Amath Ndiaye, which means that Dani Rodriguez will probably move forwards towards to protect Murishi at the top. So obviously lots of moving around we're probably going to see on the pitch today. Yes, I mean, Amath is a very fast player. He can probably surprise from behind. Amath can also play very well on the wings as well. It's a very offensive team, of course, and you can tell we're going out to get those 3 points.
se ven en todos los partidos.
Luis García Plaza has never speculated about the results throughout the whole season.
Que el otro día y esperemos que,
and we just hope that we're a bit luckier today than the other day. And obviously we are going to get the opportunities and hopefully we can take advantage of them and get the points. So 1 minute past 8 now. We will be going back very shortly to hear more from Esteban.
Y que van a generar todavía un poquito más de ambiente. Hemos pensado, Manolo, pues eso, ya que estamos ahí luchando por no estar dentro del infierno, pues hemos dicho, vamos a traer los demonios aquí.
So obviously we have thought that because we are fighting to stay out of purgatory in the league board right now, we're going to bring hell to the stadium in the shape of those drums and those devils. Well, I mean, if their presence is going to take away Mallorca's bad luck from the other day, then that's enough for us. So hopefully the devil will be on our side. Yeah, or at least just scare the Real Sociedad fans. Yes, but we don't want them to say too many things to the referee. We want a calm and collected referee today. And like Pedro Rostoy said, the boys are doing everything that they should be doing and they're going to have opportunities and that is the path to follow. So of course they should be calm but also nervous.
Esos puntos que llevamos, que bueno, los resultados la semana, bueno, el fin de semana al final pues fueron un poquito positivos, porque bueno, tanto el Granada como el Cádiz pues puntuaron, pero puntuaron.
Of course, even though we weren't able to take any points in the weekends, Granada and Cádiz only managed to get 1 point each, so that is something positive to think about. And today we're the only ones playing, so we're the only ones who can take the points, so we might as well take them. So yes, we do have an Andalusian referee today, and we've got Hernandez and Porras Ayuso in VAR today, which obviously we always hope we never have to recur to.
Vamos a recuperar también imágenes que siempre nos gustan, ¿no? De partidos de otras temporadas.
So we are going to go back and see some previous matches now and have a look at some of the precedents. We do always, of course, go towards the favourable precedents for us, but we have had many victories against Real Sociedad on the island, so we're going to have a look at one of them right now. This one has been floating around our social media all week. So this was a 5-2 victory from Mallorca in 2005-2006 season with Hector Cooper there on the bench. This was in the Visit Mallorca Stadium, which of course was a heavily scored match. Match started with the odd injury as well. It was a big match for Arango as well. He scored 3 goals.
En esos años pues estaba en la Real Sociedad. Ahí va a llegar el primero. No marcó muchos, pero ese sí que.
So that was the first goal there, and that was a header by Jordi. The striker was a signing that season. He was wearing number 9.
Sudamericano que ponía ese centro, buen centro con pierna izquierda. No sé si te acuerdas de este partido.
A great pass from the South American player Peralta to also.
Buen juego y sobre todo goles y aquí el empate fue de
Álvaro Novo, sí. Álvaro Novo que marcaba ese gol.
Novo there equalising for Real Sociedad, which was caught Tony Prats, the goalkeeper, off guard, who went in the wrong direction and too early as well.
Jugador del Real Mallorca. La Real Sociedad que se ponía por delante en el marcador. Recordemos que había marcado primero.
And then Real Sociedad actually went in the lead.
1-2. Reclamaban, creo que fuera el juego, ¿no?
They were 2-1 up then.
Del Real Mallorca, pero
Mallorca saying that it was offside, but it was not disallowed. So you can see the happiness there from the Real Sociedad players.
Por abajo, ¿no? A Tony Prats. No pueden tampoco llegar los centrales. Ese era también el lateral zurdo del equipo, Fernando Navarro.
That was the Navarro there, left-footed striker for Real Sociedad. And there's the half-time whistle with the temporary victory for Real Sociedad, 2-1 up. And then back to the second half now.
Juan Fernando Arango en plan estelar. Ahí estaba el venezolano metiendo ese
the star quality of Arango, and then it hit the post that time as well. Very, very powerful shot by Campano. So there's the first goal by Arango, a header, and that meant the equalizer 2-2.
Del Real Mallorca, esto era la tercera jornada del campeonato, estaba empezando la liga, iba a ser un año difícil también para el Real Mallorca.
Match of the league, so the season was just kicking off, and Mallorca knew they were in for a difficult season.
Estaba el centro Yoshito Kubo, el japonés, y otro gol de cabeza de Juan Fernando Arango, que marcó 2
then Yoshito Kubo, and then came the second one for Arango, as we're seeing here. And then the third goal by Arango was one of the best goals of Arango in the whole of his career. But that was Arango's header there after that free kick by Yoshito Kubo, who was the first Japanese player to play for us. There was a goal-scoring opportunities.
Muy bueno, muy bueno.
Y fíjate qué golazo.
And then let's watch this goal now. The control there with the chest. And there's a Mallorcan player who actually brings his hands to his head because he can't believe how he managed that. And for me, that was definitely one of the goals of the season. Yes, amazing. I mean, to stop a free kick with the chest and without even bouncing the ball, turn around and just whack it into the back of the net like that. It was, the goalkeeper couldn't even do anything about it. And then the last goal of the match, which came from a Greek striker who did not have much participation for Mallorca. I think he scored 2 for Mallorca. He was quite the character. You can see there with his scoring celebration. And he finished off the play there and managed to get it in. So Chotos, as I say there, he was quite a spectacle of a player. His personality off the pitch was quite memorable. So yes, remembering there that 5-2 victory for Mallorca at that time. So many victories we have had against Real Sociedad, but that... So we're already seeing some of the Mallorca fans in the stadium now. Of course, a lot of people will wait to join the stadium. Being a weeknight, they're probably going to finish up with many other things they have to do today. But we are going to go back and see our colleague Esteban, who is outside the stadium now. So, what are the fans saying? Yes, I mean, obviously everybody is getting in the mood, but we always want to go into the stadium with a full tummy. We're here with a bao bun. Yes, we're from Indivisible food truck, and we always like to do something a bit different. So a slightly different version of what we usually do, but always maintaining our essence. Yeah, I mean, we've got to watch sport with a full stomach, right? Yeah, of course you need to have a full stomach to be able to give your full support. And also, if you had a couple of beers outside before the match, this is also a good thing to do. So of course we want everybody to start filling up the stadium. But obviously first they have to pass through the food truck and grab a bite to eat. Yes, for anybody who is interested, we've got a squid bao bun and a pulled pork bao bun. So I do predict a Mallorca win for today though, so thank you very much for talking to us. We're going to go and find a couple more fans. But I've been told that the party is going to be starting inside the stadium very soon. So we're going to have to ask and encourage everybody to move the party inside. So many devils here today. Yes, we're ready for everything here. We've got to tell the percussion group to start playing. We're going to ask for a bit of a party.
Queda molt poquet. Uepa, que me caig. Queda molt poquet. Hauríem de començar ja un altre...
So not long until we begin. Yeah, of course, we've got to start moving. We can't get too cold.
Xisco no mos sent, Xisco no mos sent. Bueno,
Dani, Chisco can't hear us there, who is in charge of this group. But we've got somebody here who is definitely going to have a chat with us. So what's your feelings for today? Oh, I'm really excited about winning. So really important points. And we need that push to get out of the relegation zone. But yeah, I don't want to make any predictions because I'm really superstitious. I never make any predictions. No, it goes against my my superstitious principles. But I want to win, and that's all.
Bueno, Dani, seguim un poc més ràpid i tot d'una, on anirem cap endins, perquè el que dèiem, ojo, que hi ha sorpreses, com t'agrada dir tu, com us agrada dir nosaltres, se vienen cositas.
So there are a couple of surprises in the stadium.
Mira, m'està mirant amb una careta.
So I'm getting a look here saying, please don't come and talk to me, but too late. So you're wearing the Mallorca shirt.
Com estàs?
So how are you today? Yes, I'm just waiting for my beer. I'm really good.
Perquè tinc bons amics.
Sí, m'agrada. Sí, també? Sí, m'agrada. Avui, clar, sensacions.
So how are you feeling about the match? I think we've got to win today.
Una porreta per avui.
That's the only option. Prediction?
0-1. Per la Real.
1-0 to us. It's more than enough.
Bueno, amb 0-1 no està mal. No està... Un 1-0 ja està.
M'aquest amb això, m'aquest amb aquest missatge. Moltes gràcies. Dani, has vist, ara mateix s'ha acabat una mica la comparsa, han frenat una miqueta, però res, que tot un aquí ja en el Bici Mallorca estadi crec que m'estan avisant que m'han d'anar cap allà de dins ja, perquè...
So I am being told that it's time to get inside the stadium because the party is ready to kick off. So run inside then, Esteban, and we'll be hearing from you inside next time, which so the party is definitely going to give that extra motivation factor for the players today with the percussion group and with the Mallorcan Devils. And of course, everything helps to increase the atmosphere of the match, which is going to kick off in 47 minutes time now. So we're going to have a look at Real Sociedad's starting lineup. So it is a really formidable team. So we've got Ramiro in goal, line of four at the back, Gorosable, Aritz on the right, in the middle, Lenormand and Pacheco. Midfielders, Merino and Guevara. Wingers today, Portu and Oyarzabal. And then up top, striking today, Captain Silva and Sorloth.
Sí, la verdad que sí. Bueno, es un equipo que tiene
so what a team, Manolo.
Bueno, ellos tiran del filial,
yes, they've got absences, but they also really bring out players from the youth team. And their youth team is in second division with Xavi Alonso as coach, which means that they're doing things very, very well. So they have brought some of the youth players up to play with the main team today. So they were playing the Europa League until very recently.
Pero bueno, está haciendo una temporada muy buena, va séptimo y bueno, está ahí para la
So they're having a really good season, they're seventh at the moment, they're battling for those European places. So it's a complicated rival, but it's a good rival for Mallorca because, as I said earlier, they're a team that allows football to be played. So we hope that it's an open match and with goal scoring opportunities for Mallorca and that we make the right decisions today. So we had an interview earlier with Alberto Goris, the highest capped player for Real Sociedad in the club's history, and then whose son is playing for Formentera club. So he played against Mallorca in a King's Cup match, and I was just going to ask you if you were in that match as well. Yes, so his son is striking for Formentera right now, and he's scoring quite a lot. Yes, so I think the goalkeeper was Alconada in that time. And no, I did not play that match because I was playing in Atocha at the time. But it was a spectacular stadium in Atocha.
La Real Sociedad como el Bilbao siempre han sido equipos coperos.
And Real Sociedad as well as Bilbao have always been massively heavy King's Cup teams. Yes, he ended his career in 1993 when you were already between the youth team and the main team. Yes, that's it. I was on that kind of bridge period where the youth team was in the 3rd division, and no, I wasn't lucky enough to be in that match against Real Sociedad. But it was an absolute legendary stadium.
Jugaba, me parece, arriba López Ufarte, que era un delantero muy rápido, era muy habilidoso. Y tenían un gran equipo la Real Sociedad.
Yes, they had a really strong team at the time. Yes, that was we were reminding ourselves talking to Gories. So yes, we're just going to turn around here because I can start to hear the percussion. So I can see the drummers who have started to make their way onto the stadium, whilst the goalkeepers are performing their warm-up routines. We can see Sergio Rico there, who is in goal once again for the team today. Just going to ask our camera team to have a look at the drum session. We're just going to provide some rhythm for this warm-up session for the players. There we go, there's an image now. Some of them are actually in short-sleeved t-shirts. So Manolo, I guess that's because of all the arm exercise they're doing right now. Yeah, they're definitely brave, but it's a pretty good rhythm as well on the drums. So you've got to have some good arm strength to keep that up. Well, I have no musical talent whatsoever, and I always think, well, drums have got to be the easiest thing, because I always think, recorders and flutes, they've got to be the easiest. But no, I mean, to get in time and to follow the rhythm, that's got to be really difficult, actually. No, because in these formations, which are called batucadas, you know, everybody's in. They're all in formation. They're all on the same rhythm.
Cómo lo tocan, la verdad que tienen un ritmo, sería bueno para tocar el ritmo a los equipos, y la verdad que bueno, mira cómo van.
Esto para los jugadores para calentar también iría bien.
So yeah, they're definitely going to provide some excitement and some rhythm to the players' warm-up today. So it's just having a look at the t-shirts there. Says Sandungueros, which means they're from Lloseta, a village in the middle of the island. You can tell there my musical knowledge. You wasn't expecting that. Nobody told me that on my earpiece. I might add, I recognized the group just from their t-shirts. So yeah, I remembered because they have already been here playing in the stadium. I think maybe 1 or 2 matches last season. So these are the kind of activities we want to see and we need to see. Of course, we know that the club is working on avoiding the roundups and overcrowding of people in the entrance and the exit of the stadium. So we're working on some strategies to improve the atmosphere so that people can arrive with time to spare, that they can enjoy and have a seamless entrance to the stadium. So yes, all of that for those matches like the one today that is going to be kicking off at 9 p.m. And yes, I would love to keep listening to the drum performance here, but we are going to go to our second ad break, and we'll be watching the boys coming on to start warming up very soon, and we'll be back with our colleague Esteban. So yes, 40 minutes away from kickoff now.
Llenamos de contenidos tu vuelo y tú decides disfrutarlos o soñarlos en asientos cama. Te damos acceso directo al pasillo y tú decides máxima privacidad y confort. Llevamos más alto nuestra clase business y tú decides volar con nosotros. O no. Pero un consejo: decide llegar tan lejos como quieras en la nueva clase business. Air Europa, tú decides.
És el meu cor malferit que demana acció.
Un amor sense barreres davant meu ha cobrat vida.
Ja aviam què passa, ja aviam què passa. No sé què passa, ni per què passa, però sempre em passa.
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas y fachadas. Financia ahora el 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importes desde 200 euros hasta 200.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
Bueno, pues ya estamos de vuelta en el momento en el que acaba de salir el Mallorca a
So
calentar.
we are back right as the team comes onto the pitch to start warming up. You can see our Matt there and Murishi applauding the fans who've made their way to the stadium. You can see our captain Antonio Raillo there as well. First couple of seconds of their warm-up. It is 26 minutes past 8 now, 34 minutes away from kickoff. Salva Sevilla once again on the pitch today in the starting lineup. So going to Esteban, who is pitch side again. Hello to you once again. So there are some free t-shirts being given away today, and they were projecting them towards the stadium, and which caused a bit of a stir.
Aquí a pie de campo ya lo vemos después de estar con toda la gente. Ahora estamos con toda la gente que no sé, ahora ya no se ve, pero era una pasada ver cómo donde se iba la pistola, toda la afición se iba para allá. La verdad es que
yeah, it was incredible to see the people running towards where the cannon was shooting those shirts into the stadium. So yes, many shirts up for grabs. I'm not sure of the exact number, but all of them went into and reached the hands of some loyal Mallorca fans, which was of course the aim.
Hacia el fondo norte, de aquí poco estará con la tribuna haciendo un poquito de fiesta en esta previa. Ya han salido, lo has dicho tú, los protagonistas de Mallorca, los
drum performance group will be making their way around the athletics track that surrounds the grass.
Y también vemos como los cadetes del Mallorca, del fútbol base, también están preparados para hoy ondear las banderas. La verdad es que, como siempre, un poco de fiesta previa antes de que arranque el partido.
So, of course, always a bit of a party here before kickoff time. And I can see the Mallorca Devils here ready to put on a bit of a show. Next time you come back to me, we will go and have a look what they are going to put on for, what show they're going to put on for everybody in the stadium today.
Esperemos que sí, Esteban. Bueno, veíamos antes en plano a Take Kubo que me daba la sensación.
So we can see Take Kubo there on camera, who looked like he was having a bit of a dance then. I have seen him sometimes having a bit of a dance in some pre-match training sessions. I think he was going a bit to the rhythm of the drums. Yeah, of course, players get motivated and activated with music. Also, obviously, I've seen countless players warming up with earphones in and headphones in as well. Take clearly has rhythm in his veins. So that's good, because that means he's with that spark now, and he's extremely eager. And there we go, there's the Mallorcan Devils there as well. There's many of them. So yeah, speaking about motivation that comes through music, so remember that that iconic image of Maradona warming up in Naples to "Life is Life" with the ball. That is, it's a complete spectacle. Yeah, I mean, he'd come out to warm up with his boots undone. So sometimes he'd come on with a tennis ball and he'd just do whatever in his warm up. So you can see the Mallorca boys here with the physical preparation coach. So we hope that there's a good attendance figures today. We hope it's anything close to that 14,000 figure that we had last weekend. That would be amazing, because we need as many people as we can, of course. And everybody hopes the same as we hope for Mallorca, that they can stay for another year in First Division. So we're going through the lineup once again. We've got Rico in goal, the line of 4 in the back. Sanchez and Sevilla in midfield, Take and Amath Ndiaye on the wings, and Murishi striking up the top. There's those live images there of the Mallorcan Devils retreating from the area of the pitch that they were occupying.
Bueno, por cierto, que sale en este momento la Real Sociedad, el conjunto de.
And just to point out as well that as we speak, Real Sociedad is also making their way onto the pitch.
Hace varios minutos que calienta el Mallorca, lo hace ahora el conjunto Churri-Urdin, que como digo, pues repasando
Churri-Urdin's men are coming onto the pitch now to warm up, as we just said. Yes, so they are 7th in the league, currently on 41 points. They've come from a victory against Osasuna in the previous leg of the league. And also a 4-0 recent victory against Atletico Bilbao, which of course was a bit of an embarrassing defeat for the other Basque team.
Pues meterse de nuevo, ¿no?, en la lucha por los puestos de Liga de Campeones, porque superarían.
And of course, today what they will want to do is secure their victory here to battle and get back into the running to get into those European classifying positions. But one team stands in their way from that, and it's Mallorca, who are 16th currently, 26 points, 16th on the leaderboard at the moment. And if we manage to get the victory today, we would be drawn on points with Español and Elche, which would put us further away from Cádiz, who at the moment is the team that is marking the relegation zone on 21 points. So we're 5 away from the relegation zone now. A victory today would mean we were 8 away from the relegation zone.
Con el Cádiz. Importante, ¿no, Manolo, ganar hoy para dejar el descenso a 8 puntos, que sería ya pues una distancia bastante importante.
So, Manolo, very important for us to win today, because it would just put so much distance between us and the rest of the teams that are down the bottom.
También, bueno, estar a la vez ahí con 21 puntos, lo tenemos que recibir en casa, también será un partido muy importante, pero bueno.
Yes, well, we know that Alaves are also on 21 points, and we've got to receive them at home in this leg of the league as well. So, yeah, to be on 28 points after today, we would go in front of Getafe, we would be drawn with Elche and Español.
Y bueno, hay que, si sumamos ¿por qué? Hemos tenido dos derrotas seguidas, pero con el juego que ha hecho el Mallorca.
And we've had 2 consecutive defeats now, but we're undeserved because of the performance that we've done. So today might be the other side of the coin, and we might now get 2 consecutive victories, and things would be looking completely different on the league board.
Pero con 38, 39, 40, en teoría te tienes que salvar y ya darías un paso muy importante para tener esa tranquilidad a final de temporada.
Which would be a massive step to have that tranquility towards the end of the season.
Del Mallorca, de todo lo que pasa sobre el tapete. Cuéntame, Esteban, ¿por dónde andas?
So, Esteban, where are you right now in the stadium?
Well,
I'm not allowed to move. If it was for me, I would love to be over there with the drummers, but I can't complain too much. So the drummers have actually encountered the Devils now, and the party is on in the south area of the stadium. We can see some signs there as well. We've got one in Japanese, which we assume is a message of support as a fan for Take Kubo. Well, Esteban, you should be able to translate that from Japanese. Come on, you need to up your game. I think it says, Take, I love you, give me a shirt. So maybe one of our Japanese followers can tell us what the sign actually says on our social media. That would be, or on our YouTube comments. We'd be really grateful for that.
No, te iba a decir que también teníamos ya el rondito mágico de los suplentes, ese que no caiga, también repasamos un poquito así el banquillo, ¿no? Jugadores como Bataglia, Javi Llabré, Russo.
You can see the circle of players that are on the bench today warming up. So we're going through them, of course. We've got Hobby, Kangin Lee, Angel, of course. Angel, who today will be on the sidelines, as Amath Ndiaye has his opportunity to prove his worth. So he will be there seeing whether he needs to be brought on to help.
A ver si hoy el jugador senegalés tiene la oportunidad de marcar y a ver qué tal esa nueva dupla, Murishi y Amat.
So we'll see how Murishi and Amath work together today. Yes, well, we always do say the same thing about Amath. He is more anarchic, we guess, and he sometimes makes the other team's defense really, really stressed out because you don't know which way he's going to go.
Sobre todo le dará confianza porque bueno, Amat es un jugador que bueno, en segunda división pues prácticamente la temporada pasada se salió y bueno, que coja esa confianza que necesita el futbolista y esa confianza viene sobre todo con los goles que bueno, que cuando meta el primero cogerá esa confianza y la verdad que bueno, Ángel le daremos un poquito de descanso y como hemos dicho, tenemos una semana cargada de partidos.
Yes, well, Ángel today is going to have a rest, of
course.
La Real Sociedad
viene de jugar cada 3 días y bueno, ojalá que el cansancio se le pueda notar en este partido porque bueno.
Also, Real Sociedad have been playing a great amount recently. Hopefully they'll be pretty tired because of that.
Que se vea un buen partido de fútbol. Y ojalá que se pueda repetir ese resultado que hemos visto antes, un 5-2, o sea, que no pasar pena, va a ser complicado.
And imagine if we could get another 5-2 results, that would be just fantastic for us.
Metemos hoy y cambia sobre todo la justicia del fútbol que está haciendo el Mallorca en casa.
Lo firmamos sin ninguna
And hopefully we can get another opportunity to change that kind of injustices that we've seen recently in our football.
Pocos cambios, lo decía Pedro Rossi en la previa, pues hoy ha dado entrada pues a Brian Oliván, ¿no? Que pues más o menos va intercambiando, ¿no? Esa demarcación con Jaume Costa, los dos están rindiendo.
So yes, there has been so Brian Oliván is on today. Him and Jaume Costa have been
el mismo equipo, ¿no? De las últimas
kind of relaying each other for the last couple of matches, but there's been quite a solid lineup in the last couple of weeks. But yes, we've got Baba on the bench today. He's not got the kit on yet, so he's not eligible to come on and play. But it's a really good sign to see him there on the bench and ready.
Sí, muy importante que Baba esté ya con el equipo, que se haya recuperado de esos problemas físicos.
Yes, so it's really important to see a fully recovered Baba, of course, after the small injury and the African Cup. Unfortunately, we know that there are going to be sanctions, there's going to be some injuries, and it's great to know that Baba is there because he has been and still is a really important player for us. If he has minutes today on the pitch, then hopefully he has a really positive experience and that he gets his time to shine. Antonio Sanchez is performing very, very well, and he has waited very patiently for his opportunity. But Luis García Plaza will, of course, know.
Titular, le están cambiando evidentemente la pareja de baile ahora con Antonio Sánchez, que ya lo comentamos el otro día, también con Manolo Moyá, que bueno, pues la verdad es que está ante una buena oportunidad, ¿no? de volver a ser titular, de volver a ser importante, de tener esa plaza ahí en el centro del campo. Un jugador, fíjate, con Antonio nos pasa, ¿no? Y creo que también lo ha comentado Luis García en algún partido.
So like Luis García Plaza has been saying, if somebody asked me what position Antonio Sanchez is, I wouldn't actually know what to say because he has been a midfielder, he's been a winger up front, he's been a winger on the defence because he's extremely versatile and so necessary on a team that he's very difficult to define. Yes, he can play on virtually any position. He reminds me of Dani Rodriguez in that sense. He's very, very adaptable.
Y el Mallorca pues lo repescó y él quería estar en su tierra.
After being re-signed by Mallorca because he wanted to be back on his home ground, he's waited for his chance to have his re-debut.
Gracias a Dios pues desgraciadamente hemos tenido muchas sanciones y muchas lesiones y después con el tema
You
del
know,
COVID, pues
unfortunately,
ahora
we've
parece
had
que
many
poco a poco está
injuries,
desapareciendo
many
esa
sanctions.
pandemia
We also
y
had
bueno,
some
lo
unfortunate
importante es que
effects because
vayamos
of
recuperando
COVID this year as
jugadores
well.
y que la
But the
temporada
important thing is
se va
that
a hacer
we
muy larga
recover
y
our
es muy
players little
complicado
by
entrar
little.
entre el once titular,
And,
pero bueno,
you know,
ahora ha
the
entrado,
season is
lo
very
está
long, of
haciendo bien
course.
y Luis García Plaza pues le quiere dar esa
And
confianza
now he is
y se está
back in
viendo
it, and he's
que
doing
los
very
demás
well,
que
and he's
están
gained
esperando esa oportunidad en el
Luis
banquillo,
García
pues
Plaza's
empujen, que
confidence.
eso es bueno para el equipo.
Y poco hemos hablado también, ¿no? Bueno, sí que hemos hablado, pero me refiero que ya como lo ha hecho tan normal su regreso. Veíamos antes también a Antonio Raillo ahí le vemos ahí en imagen, el capitán del equipo.
So
Que,
another
fíjate,
return that has
que ha
been
vuelto
seamless
de
and
una
really
inactividad
natural
futbolística,
has
¿no?
been
de
Antonio
meses, solo había jugado la
Raillos.
primera jornada, volvió el día del Cádiz,
So obviously
parecía que
it
no
was
había
a
pasado el
question
tiempo,
of
y
months,
ahí
you
le
know,
tenemos, ¿no? Como uno más en el centro de defensa. Es que la verdad
he
es
was
que
off
es
right from
brutal
the beginning of the
el
season.
regreso
He came
de
back
Antonio
in the
Raillo
match
también,
against
lo que le ha
Cadiz,
aportado al equipo.
and
Sí,
you know, it
Antonio
seemed like
Raillo, el
he'd barely
capitán,
been away,
bueno,
really.
parece que no se ha lesionado, gracias a Dios se ha podido recuperar, ha sido
Yes,
una
it
lesión
really doesn't
larga,
seem like he had been
ha
injured
tenido
at
que tener mucha
all
paciencia porque un
at
futbolista
any
lo que
point,
quiere es
so
estar en el
that's
terreno de
really
juego
good
y
news
sobre
for
todo
us, of course.
ayudar a sus compañeros. Han tenido esa paciencia porque bueno, una lesión de tobillo es difícil de
And
recuperar,
obviously
ha
he's been
tenido
very, very
paciencia
patient because recovering
y se
from
le
an
nota,
ankle
bueno, sobre
injury is a
todo
long
que, bueno,
process.
la pareja de baile que tiene al lado Antonio Raillo, el que juega
And
al lado
his
suyo da
dance
exactamente igual porque
partner of
bueno, da
having
una
having
seguridad, sobre todo bueno,
whoever is next to
defensivamente el Mallorca
defend
pues
on the defense
los tres partidos
is
que hemos perdido
to
en
have
casa
Raillo
hemos
is a
perdido
massive
por la mínima,
comfort.
o sea que tampoco hemos salido a disputar los partidos en casa y bueno, la Real es un equipo que en teoría tiene que ganarnos, pero bueno, el Mallorca en casa es un equipo muy competitivo y bueno, yo veo favorito, ya lo
So
dije el otro
obviously
día,
Mallorca,
también
when they
éramos
play at
favoritos
home, they
nosotros
are
contra
a
Valencia, pero el
massive
fútbol a veces te pone estas situaciones que bueno,
a massive
por
rival
ocasiones
to
y
be up
por poco y
against,
sobre todo
and I think that they are going to create some
porque
really
bueno,
dangerous
tuvimos
opportunities
14
today.
corners el otro día y ojalá
The
que
other
hoy
day,
saquemos
obviously,
menos y
we had
rematemos más
14
y seamos
corners.
más efectivos, que es lo único que le faltó al Mallorca.
Sí, señor.
And
Bueno,
today we've
tenemos en
just got to
plano
be
también a Tate Kubo,
more
un jugador
assertive,
que
and we've got
pues
to
sonaba
be
con fuerza
luckier, I
también
guess,
para
upon taking
firmar con
those
la
goal
Real
scoring
Sociedad esta
opportunities.
temporada. Pero está claro, ¿no? ¿Cuál fue la decisión del jugador japonés
So
de
Take
venir
Kubo,
aquí?
in
Pero bueno,
fact,
es un
had the
jugador que
opportunity of
perfectamente no podría
signing
estar
with
jugando
Real Sociedad
en el
this
conjunto de Donostiarra,
season.
pero pues su deseo,
So
¿no?
it's
Fue
important to point out
el de
that he
recalar
was
aquí,
perfectly capable
jugador
of
que
playing
pues
with
tiene
Real
que
Sociedad,
seguir dando esos
but his
pasitos
decision
adelante a
was
nivel de
clear.
goleador,
He
seguramente, ¿no? Se lo ha
chose to come
reclamado
play with us. Of course,
reiteradamente Luis
he
García
has
Plaza
been
y yo creo que
encouraged
pues
and
Take poco a
ordered
poco,
really
¿no?
by
Va
Luis García Plaza
progresando
that he still
adecuadamente,
needs to take
ya
baby steps
marcó ante el
forward
Athletic Club de Bilbao
and
pues ese
unleash
gol, ¿no?
his
Que le dio la
full
victoria al equipo.
potential.
Bueno, a ver si hoy ante otro equipo
He
vasco
scored against
también puede
Atletico
mojar, ¿eh?
Bilbao
Sí,
that gave
como
us the
dijo
victory,
él,
so hopefully he can
que
score
celebre el
again
gol
today
y
against
que
another
da
Basque
lo mismo,
team.
que meta el gol y que aunque no lo sepa celebrar da exactamente igual, pero quiere
Yes,
decir
I mean,
mucho
of
de
course,
Take
we don't
porque
mind. I
bueno,
mean,
ya es su
he just needs
segunda
to score.
cesión y quiere decir que quiere al Mallorca, quiere la ciudad, porque bueno, habrá tenido
You know, and
ofertas de
also the
otros
fact
equipos,
that it's
pero
his
él
second
enseguida,
time being here, you can tell that
después de la cesión
he
que hizo al
loves the
Villarreal, que
island, he
no
loves
tuvo
the
esa
club.
suerte de jugar tantos minutos, pues aquí lo está teniendo esos minutos.
You know, he didn't
Es
have
un
the
jugador
opportunity to
joven
play
y
that
con
many
mucha
minutes with
proyección
Villarreal,
y el
and
Madrid
here he
tampoco nos
has
lo pensó mucho
he does have
porque
the
Take
opportunity.
dijo quiero venir
He's a young
cedido al
player, he's a
Mallorca y
talented
enseguida
player,
vino y bueno, aquí en la isla lo quiere mucho. Él ya es como
and
si
he's
fuera
very
otro
well loved
mallorquín
on the
más
island.
y bueno,
He's
y
just
la
like
verdad
another
que bueno,
Mallorcan
lo que
here.
está dando Take Kubo es una cosa diferente, que es un jugador que encara y bueno, ya se vio el otro día que no lo podían parar y ojalá que tenga esa misma chispa
And we
que
saw
tuvo
the
el
other
otro día.
day, he's very, very
Fíjate que me he
difficult
metido
to
ahora
stop,
en
so
el
we
chat
hope he has the same
nuestro
spark as
canal
the
de
other day.
YouTube, en donde estamos ya en directo en esta
So
transmisión.
just
Bueno,
going
recordar a todo el
into
mundo, ¿no? que
our
cuando arranque el
YouTube
partido
chat
también vais a tener, como
comments.
siempre, disponible esa opción de audio en vuestro televisor en Movistar para que vaya
So
la
of
imagen
course we
sincronizada
just
con,
want to point out that what you do also
nuestro
have
audio,
the
con Manolo
option
Moya en
of
el
the
día de hoy
audio on
también
your
comentando el
Movistar
partido. Y
TV
veo a alguien
device.
aquí en el chat que decía Carlos Calvo,
So just
concretamente,
seeing
que
on the
prefiere la cocina
chat,
mallorquina que la vasca. A ver, hay que decir que la cocina vasca es una
Carlos
buena
Calvo,
cocina,
to be
la
precise,
verdad, una cocina
that
de calidad,
he's
excelente, pero oye,
quoting Take
donde se ponga
as to have said that he prefers Mallorcan food and Mallorcan cuisine to Basque cuisine. Yeah, well, we do have some excellent typical dishes here in Mallorca. And of course, you know, we've got our amazing Mallorcan desserts as well, like ensaimada, which was the pastry that we got delivered here in the commentary box the other day.
Esteban no nos la ha traído y claro, no tenemos a nadie que nos traiga la ensaimada, pero bueno, Te hemos mal acostumbrado, claro, te hemos traído esa llamada aquí y tal, y ahora tú te crees que el catering...
So obviously, you being treated like that the other day, I hope you don't think we're going to have private catering in every match now. Well, when I saw Esteban outside with the food truck, I did think that he was going to bring up a bit of something so that we could have a try. Well, Esteban is saying that he did actually have a pulled pork bao bun given to him outside. However, I have to say that I was only given one and I had to share the bao bun with our cameraman outside.
Próximo partido, Manolo, lunes 14 de marzo.
So, well, you'll have to bring us something on the next match, which is next Monday up against Real Madrid.
Esa fase que tiene contra el digamos el PSG y que vengan bueno
que vengan relajados, ¿no?
Bueno, porque la Real Sociedad
we hope to expect
el domingo contra el Real Madrid, o sea,
a calm Real Madrid after their match against PSG, of course.
Hace 2 años que el Mallorca le ganó al Real Madrid 1-0 con gol de Lago Junior.
Sí, señor,
de Lago Junior aquí. De Lago Junior, y ojalá que se pueda ese resultado. Y bueno, que nos den esos
so we're hoping, of course, for a positive result today.
Y que, bueno, supongo que la
and we hope to get those 3 points. We need them a lot more than Real Madrid does.
Y bueno, mira.
Hombre, mira, no ha hecho ni falta que le pusieran la kiss cam.
Well, look, these two didn't even need the kiss cam to be on them. I don't even think they realize that they're on the kiss cam.
Padre, el beso te la tienes que quitar. Uy. Les han pillado, que les han pillado.
Oh. There they go, there they realize.
Por un momento pensado.
El amor, Dani.
No, claro, Esteban, que por un momento pensado que igual no les podían ver y cuando se han visto han dicho, ostras, que nos hemos dado un beso, nos han visto. Ojo, ahí está la kiss cam, sí señor.
Oh, so there's another couple there.
Vamos a ver qué bien estos besos, Esteban. Cómo nos gusta que la gente se quiera.
So we love to see some love in the stadium, Esteban.
Sí, ahí está.
¿Vamos a tener sorpresa también en el descanso o no?
Pues a ver.
Well, we had an engagement in the last match, so I wonder what surprises the kiss cam can bring today.
Perdón. No lo he dicho. He ido a hablar con nuestro amigo japonés, ¿eh?
¿Ah, sí?
I went to talk to our Japanese friend, by the way, to say to ask what it says in the sign.
Lo que tú quieras. Y nada, me dice que Kubo enjoy the match with us.
Bueno, pues muy bien.
So apparently it says Kubo enjoy the match with us.
Ojo, beso largo.
So there was a long kiss then from that couple.
De ahí dejar pasar unos segunditos y ahí se está viendo candidato. Uy, que estos se están viendo que les van a pinchar a ellos, sí.
Yeah, these guys know that they're going to be on the cam next.
Claro que sí. Y ahora la pregunta es, a ver a quién besa, porque igual esto tenemos ahí otro.
Because we have to see who is going to kiss.
Hombre, de la mejilla, en la mejilla.
El de la amistad, friendzone se dice, ¿no?
So a bit of friend zoning there, of course.
Son buenos los besos ahí. Claro, ahí se han dado una pareja y han dicho, pues los de al lado también. Dice que no.
No son pareja, dicen.
No.
Pero bueno.
These are saying they're not a couple.
Ah, que están aquí con la Abdon.
Abdon, regálame tu camiseta.
Bueno.
Stein's there asking Abdon for his shirt.
Ahora que estamos aquí, qué bonito es el amor y no hacer la guerra.
Sí, señor.
Qué bonito es hacer el amor y no hacer la guerra. Desgraciadamente, ahora que estamos saliendo de esta pandemia,
make love, not war is the aim, of course.
¿Qué puede pasar peor que una pandemia? Bueno, pues nos metemos en una guerra, tú. En fin. Bueno, otro besito ahí también.
After the pandemic, we can't believe that we've had conflict and war.
Estamos muy cariñosos.
Yes, they're extremely shocked and appalled by being on the kiss cam there.
Eso sí, no, está claro. Y que hace frío. No, claro, estos han pensado que era la dance cam, no, era la de los besos, pero no pasa nada.
These two thought it was the dance cam, but it is the dance cam now.
Nos gusta que la gente se mueva también. Tenemos alternativas a los besos, claro que sí.
Well, we like that, of course. You know, we've got many alternatives to a kiss, and dance works perfectly well.
Que tenemos partido, pero bueno, hay que animar un poquito esto. Bueno, este señor está un poquito aburrido y hay que darle un poquito de vida. Un bomba dai.
This gentleman is clearly slightly bored here, so maybe a kiss will revive him slightly. See if he's realized.
El manco li alegram un poco previo, porque ya te digo que estaba un poco aquí, un poco cansado. Sergio Rico que nos está tapando un poco, pero bueno, no reaccionaba.
Sergio Rico there, slightly in front of those people.
Però mos estem perdent un recital d'aturades de Manolo Reina i del Leo Roman increïble, eh? No, crec que no li han ficat.
However, while we are looking at these people on the kiss cam, we are missing some amazing saves by Manolo Reina and Sergio Rico in their goalkeeper's warm-up.
Bueno, pues beso y a seguir mirando un poquito la clasificación en el móvil, no pasa nada. Y ahí está, pues la afición del Real Mallorca. Bueno, ahora sí, 10 minutos para las 9 de la noche. Momento que yo creo que Esteban, pues seguramente los jugadores aprovechando para realizar ya los últimos ejercicios y en breve a la caseta.
Exacto.
So yes, the players are just now starting to finish up their warm-ups, and then they will be going into the change rooms for their pre-match pep talk.
Haciendo esos mensajes de ánimo a todos los compañeros. Antonio Sancho dándole un beso a ataque Kubo, Brian Olivan que pedía el balón en cortito para hacer un centro y practicar también a Matt. Vemos como todos
So we can see the last touches on the ball there of this warm-up. Brian Olivan there asking for the ball to be able to do a last shot, a midfielder shot, high fives, lots of high octave energy. And yes, we can tell that the players all look extremely eager to get out there and fight for those 3 points. As we said, a victory today would mean +8 over the relegation zone. So barely any time left now for kickoff tonight.
Bueno, pues ahí estaban los últimos sprints, aplausos del público, se retiran los jugadores del
So last couple of sprints there, applause from the crowds as the players go into the changing rooms. Next time we see them, they'll be on with their playing kits on today. In this match, kicking off in 9 minutes time. We're looking for a victory, of course. So last ad break before the match now. And we'll be narrating the match with you here. See you in a second.
3 puntazos hoy ante la Real Sociedad. Esto es Play Red Line.
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas y fachadas. Financia ahora el 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importes desde 200 euros hasta 200.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
Llenamos de contenidos tu vuelo y tú decides disfrutarlos o soñarlos en asientos cama. Te damos acceso directo al pasillo y tú decides máxima privacidad y confort. Llevamos más alto nuestra clase business y tú decides volar con nosotros. O no. Pero un consejo. Decide llegar tan lejos como quieras en la nueva clase business. Air Europa. Tú decides.
És el meu cor malferit que demana acció.
Un amor sense barreres davant meu ha cobrat vida.
Ja aviam què passa, ja aviam què passa. No sé què passa, ni per què passa, però sempre em passa.
Bueno, pues ya estamos de vuelta aquí en directo en Play Red Live.
So we are back here live on our Play Red Live.
De inicio el partido, vemos ahí en el fondo de la
You can
imagen,
see the players that are going in our starting lineup today, making their way onto the pitch now, or at least into the preparation tunnel.
Franco Russo, jugadores que van a estar en el
Abdon,
banquillo.
Pratt and Franco Russo, players that are going to be on the bench walking down the tunnel there.
Vamos a aparecer también a jugadores de la Real Sociedad, ahí Pablo Maffeo.
We can see Real Sociedad players also there. Pablo Maffeo and Oyarzabal and Silva also greeting him.
Saludándose con todos los jugadores de la Real Sociedad, también Sergio Rico, ¿no?
Lots of greetings among them. Sergio Rico also going up to speak to Silva.
Murishi también acercándose a esa
Murishi
zona de acceso
approaching the tunnel as well now.
Ubicado en la posición en la que va a seguir el partido.
We can imagine that Luis García Plaza will already be placed and ready in his private box today. And yes, Esteban, so the players are making their way on the pitch now. Yes, so there they go.
De esa forma, ¿no? Bastante gente está llegando aquí al Visit Mallorca Estadio para presenciar esta jornada 21.
So luckily, lots of people are making their way in now to experience and to be here for this match tonight.
La Real Sociedad quiere estos 3 puntos porque se acercaría mucho a esas posiciones Champions a los que está el conjunto.
Of course, Real Sociedad want the points to be closer to those European qualification positions. Just going through the Mallorca lineup once again.
Desde la grada, supongo que de aquí poquito, Dani, tendremos imágenes de él en uno de esos.
Lo estamos viendo ya, Esteban.
Lo tenemos.
We can see Luis García Plaza now up there,
para presentar este partido, si no tendremos en el banquillo
well positioned and well placed to have some good views of the match.
Dani, Manolo, esperemos que podamos cantar otra vez una victoria del Mallorca.
Esperemos que sí.
And hopefully today we're going to make it easy for him and we're going to be able to sing out a Mallorca victory.
Luis García sentado al lado de Raúl, del analista del primer equipo. Vemos ahí a Pedro Rostoy también saludando a Imanol.
So yes, we can see Luis García Plaza there sat next to Raúl, who is the analyst of the main team.
En los banquillos, Rostoy que ya se sienta a su izquierda. Chim López también pendiente del teléfono, pendiente pues, de las órdenes, ¿no? Que poquito a poco vayan llegando también. El saludo de capitanes entre Antonio Raillo y Mikel Oyarzabal, el 10 de la Real
Greetings
Sociedad.
between captains as well today.
Campo, así que la Real
Raillo in our case, of course, and Oyarzabal in the case of Real Sociedad.
En la segunda, la piña de los jugadores del equipo mallorquinista, los árbitros asistentes que ya se van a verificar, a chequear que todo esté correcto. Luis García, como digo, sentado, seguramente.
Obviously, the referees and linesmen are still checking the pitch and the grass to see if everything is up and running correctly and as it should.
Se levanta, gesticula y la verdad es que vamos a estar muy pendientes de él, de esa imagen. Y también pendientes de nuestro banquillo. Bueno, pues eligió campo la Real Sociedad. Eso quiere decir que va a poner en juego la pelota al mayor, que ya está preparado Antonio Sánchez.
So Antonio Sanchez, with number 10 on his back, is there ready to have the first touch on the ball of this match. Both teams in their regular kits.
Y el cronómetro, bueno, el cronómetro que se ha puesto ahí con un segundito. Ya tenía ganas de empezar el partido. Mira ahora el reloj. El colegiado arrancó el partido.
Referee looks at his watch and it is kickoff time.
Que juega el conjunto de Luis García Plaza y de Pedro Rostoy.
So first touch on the ball is for Mallorca. So Pablo Maffeo kicks long, intercepted by Silva, who is looking for Sorloth, nearing our goal-scoring area. Pass it backwards to Pacheco, who is playing with Lenormand. Back to the Real's midfielders.
Y retrasa de nuevo con sus centrales. Salida de balón de Merino delante de Taque Kubo. Posesión larga de la Real Sociedad. Puso la pierna a Oyarzábal.
Long possession for Real Sociedad. Oyarzábal puts his foot up, but the advantage is for the Mallorcan defense. They're looking for Marishi. See if Taque Kubo can take it. But there's a foul there over Merino. First one of the match, which means that the ball goes to Real Sociedad.
Juega ya el conjunto de nuestra en defensa. Lenormand.
So the Basque team is playing in defense right now. Lenormand passes to Guevara.
Ya en territorio mallorquín,
Pacheco.
Bien la interceptación de Antonio Sánchez. Se la lleva Taque Kubo. Combinación aquí con Murishi.
Kubo takes it. He's playing with Murishi.
El canario estuvo rápido Silva, que la pone en largo buscando ahí la velocidad de Oyarzábal y el disparo, centro chut, podríamos decir, que se pierde finalmente por línea de banda. Bueno, pues Manolo, primeras sensaciones, primer minuto y medio. La Real Sociedad parece
so first 90 seconds of the match, and it looks like Real Sociedad want to stay in possession. Yes, of course, they're trying to put the pressure on, understandably.
La Real es un equipo que le gusta tener la posesión de la pelota, al Mallorca también, y bueno, a ver con esos espacios si le podemos pillar alguna contra.
And let's see if we can take advantage of any of those gaps and go on the counter-attack. So Taque Kubo is in possession, he's playing with Amath Ndiaye. Mauritius in there as well, goes to Taque Kubo once again, then getting closer to the goal-scoring area. Dani Rodriguez shoots, but it goes back to Taque. Sevilla in possession. And shoots and goes to the defense, and now Real Sociedad are on the counter-attack. Excellent defending there from Martin Valgen, playing with Sergio Rico. So dangerous approach from both teams.
Y ha tenido otro remate salva Sevilla, pero bueno, otra vez ataque, a ver si la puede coger.
Yes, very good. Really good play from everybody involved. Special mention for Taque. Shame that the angles were wrong, that the defense was there just in time.
Y la verdad que ha sido una lástima de no terminar la jugada.
La gente enchufada, El equipo ha salido bien, el equipo ha salido consciente de que tiene que aprovechar las suyas, lo ha hecho en esa buena combinación. Qué pena, El chut de Dani Rodríguez lo había medio celebrado.
So yes, what
que se había levantado pues, con muchas ganas. No ha sido ese la pelota que ha entrado, pero bueno, el equipo que ha empezado avisando sobre la portería de Remiro.
Sacará de banda la Real Sociedad, es Goro Sabel, el lateral zurdo, que la pone en largo, buscando ahí la cabeza de Merino. De nuevo saque de banda.
So Real Sociedad in possession, looking for Merino's head.
David Silva, el canario, que se va de Dani Rodríguez. La pone
Silva
buscando Oyarzábal, tocaba de primera,
goes past Dani Rodriguez, he's looking for Oyarzábal. Can he reach him? Yes, he can actually. Porto gets into the mix there. shoots with his left leg and goes into Sergio Rico's hands. We've got to be very, very careful with Porto as well, as he is a very fast player.
Físicamente ha recuperado dos balones y ha pegado dos balones largos muy buenos.
Vamos a ver si puede llegar Murici, la ha bajado con el pecho, reclamaban la falta, no dice nada el colegiado. Sigan jugando con Lenormand, ahora la Real Sociedad en el círculo central.
So Lenormand for Real Sociedad now playing in the centre field. 0-0 on the scoreboard at the moment.
Buscando la permanencia, el otro camino de la Champions. Cambio de orientación ahora buscando en parte izquierda Oyarzábal, la ventaja aquí.
Change of direction now, they're looking for Oyarzábal.
Antonio Sánchez para llevarse ese balón. Taque Kubo jugando con Salva Sevilla. Y presión alta de la Real Sociedad.
Sí, ellos presionan muy arriba, adelantan las líneas y bueno, prácticamente se está jugando en el campo del Mallorca. Pero eso le viene bien al Mallorca también porque les deja y con espacios, como he dicho antes, es un equipo que te deja
Yes,
jugar,
however,
¿no?
that's not too bad for Mallorca because that will leave gaps for us to move through. Very good for Dani Rodriguez, who lets Pablo Maffeo move through. But back to Dani Rodriguez now. But nobody is there in time.
Pero están encontrando bien ataque, está encontrando espacios en Mallorca.
However, Take at the moment is finding gaps with quite a lot of ease.
Ahora ataque de media punta, bueno, Mallorca con espacios y a la contra le puede hacer mucho daño a la Real porque la Real es un equipo que te deja jugar mucho, le gusta tener la posesión de la pelota, pero a la hora de tenerla, intentar hacer una presión rápida e intentar robar, pero mira, ahora el Mallorca adelanta las líneas.
So they've got to try and put the pressure on right from the start and try and take possession easily.
La tiene Pacheco, el central.
But they're not doing badly at all at the moment. Pacheco playing for Real Sociedad, passes to Sorloth. Guevara is there to receive the ball.
Jugando ya de nuevo el centro del campo de la Real Sociedad y con algo de apuros Mikel Merino que la quería poner arriba. Buscando
Real Sociedad midfield is in possession.
Se la lleva Matin Diaye.
Matin Diaye takes the ball.
Banda para el Mallorca.
And it's a throw-in for Mallorca now. So Esteban, what's the atmosphere like from where you are? And well, actually, how is Pedro Ristori doing with the atmosphere? Well, he does look pretty calm at the moment. I think he's liking the play at the moment, like the fans are too, and things seem to be working as they are intended to. Take's boots are always there, present and in the mix. Salva Sevilla is on the attack for Mallorca right now. Olivan raises his hand. Olivan goes underneath. And it's a corner for Mallorca.
Me está gustando sobre todo cómo estamos entrando por bandas. Falta ese último pase.
Eso sí, el pase de la muerte.
So we just need to get that last pass down to a T now.
Estamos metiendo unos buenos centros y vamos a ver ese primer córner, a ver si tenemos un poquito más de suerte que el otro día.
Ahí está Sevilla jugando con Taque Kubo, jugada ensayada dentro del área.
Hopefully we'll be lucky on the day. It's Salva Sevilla and Taque Kubo playing together. Murici gets the rebound, passes to Amath.
De la Real Sociedad y eso impidió a Amat pegarle bien. Será saque de puerta para Remiro.
One of the Real defence players got in the middle there and prevented Amath from shooting properly, so the ball is going to go to the goalkeeper.
Por ahora nosotros, ellos solo han tirado una vez a puerta, nosotros todavía no, porque la defensa se ha cerrado muy bien y hemos tenido ahí un par de rebotes y a ver, mira, hacen el pelotazo, que es una cosa que a la Real no le gusta mucho, porque el Mallorca le presiona arriba también.
Y eso provoca que recupere la pelota.
However, at the moment, Mallorca is managing to put the pressure on at the top and at the bottom of the pitch.
Era complicado, Antonio, que tampoco puede remachar ese balón y cuidado a la contra, que se la lleva Silvia, el canario, la pone a la
Now Silva is on the counter-attack for Real Sociedad. They were looking for Oyarzábal and in the end they managed to get a corner.
Porque llevaba mucho peligro la aproximación de Mikel Oyarzábal. Y bueno, pues responden ellos también con un saque de esquina.
Luckily, Martin Belgium was there to defend because that looked like a dangerous action there from Oyarzábal.
Pero ellos tienen, bueno, con Portu esa velocidad, David Silva esos pases mete entre líneas son muy peligrosos a la contra.
Yes, it was, but of course having those Silva getting between the lines and the speed of Porto, every single time it is going to be difficult. So Mallorca is defending with everybody at the top now, ready for the corner. It's way too long, they go for the second post. Lenormand tries to stick his head in, but the ball ends up with Sergio Rico, who passes straight to Pablo Maffeo, goes to Amat, back to Dani Rodriguez, back to Amat once again now. Long ball slips out of Amat's grasp, but recovers it. Dani Rodriguez passes to Take Rodriguez, who shoots and misses.
Valiente el japonés a la izquierda de la portería de Remiro.
Sí, el Mallorca
que ha practicado con Kangin, ¿eh?
Claro, si el Mallorca le presiona la Real Sociedad en esa zona, ellos quieren salir jugando desde atrás y le presiona enseguida. Si robamos, mira, tenemos ocasiones.
Well, it's very good news that Mallorca is pressurizing Real Sociedad, of course.
Ha estado practicando, Take Kubo, esos disparos con pierna izquierda.
Sí, esta semana han estado juguetones Kangin y Take, a ver si la esquivan para adentro también se repiten hoy, pero bueno, al final que el japonés tenga oportunidades por esa zona, la verdad es que es buena señal, y una Amat que de momento está siendo participativo. Es verdad que un poco impreciso, pero el jugador del Mallorca...
So Amat at the moment obviously is having lots of participation in the match today. Maybe slightly imprecise at the moment and not so polished, but he's definitely getting his presence known in the plays that are happening right now.
Presionando a la Real Sociedad, obligó a Merino a poner ese pase, será saque de banda, lo hace ahora ya el conjunto donostiarra. De nuevo Antonio, que se le tira encima a Merino, buscaba la falta el jugador de la Real.
Throw in there for Real Sociedad, and
el colegiado.
Antonio Sanchez throws himself on top of one of the Real Sociedad players, and this player turns around and asks for the foul, and the foul in the end is given for the protesting, so the ball is actually going to go to Mallorca.
Al fútbol, tener la posesión de la pelota y bueno, se está viendo el partido típico que bueno, la Real quiere tener la pelota, el Mallorca presionar y bueno, lo más importante que llevamos 12 minutos, un ritmo muy alto. Y bueno, este ritmo se supone que durante 90
So yes, at the moment only 12 minutes into the match, and we're on a really high rhythm match at the moment, which is unusual. Looks like there was a foul against Dani Rodriguez there, but the referee doesn't seem to think there was. Long ball, and Mallorca recovers possession. Good Antonio Sanchez there, works with Antonio Raillo. There was a bit of a dangerous inward pass then that made Luis Garcia nearly have a heart attack. So luckily that only ended up in a bit of a dodgy anecdote there. But Lenormand is in possession now, being tailed by Marici. Passes back to Silva. Good defense work from Mallorca though. Merino in midfield. Good work from Raillo, who crosses in the middle.
El balón pase ahí Rico y la pone arriba buscando Muri, que la peina bien, la gana por arriba. Duelo aéreo que gana.
Marici wins that aerial battle there.
La Real Sociedad está jugando David Silva. El canario a la izquierda encontró la incorporación de Gorosabel. Le sale al paso y ataque Kubo. Atrás de nuevo para Silva. El canario
is incorporating himself into the Real Sociedad performance.
Silva por abajo, el remate de Solort que se va fuera.
There's a rebound there from Soloth that misses and goes out. So luckily it is going to go to Sergio Rico, but there is a Real Sociedad player who looks like they are in pain.
También hay otro jugador tendido sobre el terreno de juego, creo que es Lenormand, no, el otro central.
There are actually two players down. One of them looks like they are Pacheco.
Con problemas también están protestando ese penalti, ¿no? Pero bueno, ya había impactado el jugador de la Real, están hablando por el pinganillo, nada, dice que
Of course, the Real player is trying to get a penalty out of this, but it looks very unlikely as the collision had already happened when the ball entered penalty area.
Antonio Raillo era el colegiado que evidentemente pues se va a interesar, ¿no?, por el otro futbolista efectivamente de la Real Sociedad que ha quedado tendido.
Of course, the referee now is going to check that the Real Sociedad player is all right. They are sending one of theirs to start warming up for Real Sociedad in the meantime.
Y Esteban ahora Rostoy aprovecha, ¿no?, para dar algunas indicaciones.
A Pablo Maffeo, al lateral catalán del Mallorca, también ahora se acerca Taque, bueno, pero Taque igual que Muri, a beber un poquito de agua, a refrescarse.
So Taque and Murishi going over to Pedro Rostoy to freshen up and have a drink of water. Murishi, of course, not yet had the opportunities that we hope for him in this match. Speaking of the Real Sociedad player, when he descends after the jump at the same time as Murishi, we do see a bit of an ugly twist there in his knee, and we reckon he is going to be substituted already now.
Esto de los pantalones largos nos dificulta ver el dorsal, pero bueno, que vuelve a rodar el balón.
Es que yo creo que se ha hecho una brecha.
So the ball is back in play now, and we think that Real Sociedad player has actually cut his leg.
Ahora he visto que han preparado otra camiseta, o sea, lo que tenía era sangre, porque digo que es que en la caída me había parecido que era una de estas caídas que la rodilla la pone un poco así, pero no, lo que tenía era sangre y por eso le han suturado esa herida. Sigue el partido, la Real.
So yes, he has been stitched up now at the moment as they treat Pacheco. The ball is in play as Real Sociedad have 10 players. Of course, the referee wants to make sure there's no blood on the pitch, as that is totally unallowed. Of course, the stitching right now is a really quick thing. A couple of staples, whereas in the old days it used to be a laborious effort of stitching and bandaging. So Antonio Sanchez recovers the ball and it ends up in a throw-in for Mallorca. Pablo Maffeo is going to take it. There's been a couple of dangerous approximations to goal from both teams at the moment, but nothing too alarming on either side. Ramiro, Real's goalkeeper, in possession now, but Martin Valgen intercepts and plays with Dani Rodriguez. Portu intercepts, Oyarzabal and Soloz are ready for the ball. Rebound from the Mallorcan defense, back to Real now, Pacheco in possession. Oh, Guevara, sorry. Playing backwards with Merino.
Muy bien Antonio Sánchez. Frenando ahí la progresión de la Real y obligando al conjunto de Alguacil a hacer una falta táctica.
So very good defense work there from the boys in red, forcing the Real Sociedad players to commit a tactical foul.
Algunos partidos los jugó Bataglia, pero desde que empezamos a jugar con ese doble pivote más ofensivo, ¿no? Con Galarreta y
Salva Sevilla. Since Baba hasn't been here, sometimes Bataglia comes on, and we've been playing with the double midfielder combination of Salva Sevilla and whoever is fittest at the time. And we must say we don't miss the old formation, I don't think. Yes, because it's an Antonio Sanchez that whenever there's a counter-attack, he really centers himself and he makes sure that he's there in time to receive that.
Lo decíamos ya, ese trabajazo de los dos pivotes de Salva y de un Antonio que míralo otra vez levantando los aplausos de la grada.
See Antonio there, once again, receiving some applause from the stands for his performance.
Habilita ahí a Raillo, está a la izquierda para Olivan, la quiere poner en largo, la velocidad es buena, es buena, es buena para Martin
So
Diaye.
Olivan, long pass there, goes to Martin Diaye.
Enviar a saque de banda, era muy
However,
buena
Lenormand was very, very quick there and sends it to a corner, but very, very good play from Brian Olivan. And Martin Diaye is playing with Olivan, he passes it back, but he ends up fouling. And that is a real shame. And it's a real shame that the Real Sociedad player didn't touch it with his hand either. So hopefully we'll be able to catch them on one of these counter-attack movements. So the ball goes to Real Sociedad. 19th minute on the clock at the moment.
Viene a recibir Merino. Guevara que se le quería llevar, no hay falta, deja seguir el colegiado y está ataque Kubo haciendo la suya, se va de uno, se va de dos al solo ataque. Bueno, creo que era falta eso, pero bueno, está dejando jugar bastante el colegiado. Y cuidado la contra, la Real Sociedad. Oyarzábal.
So Real Sociedad are on the counter-attack now. Raillo sends it to Soloz. And Maffeo is in there, manages to get a corner for Mallorca. Good work from him to reach the ball in time.
Un ataque del Mallorca, ha habido un robo o una falta que el árbitro deja seguir y bueno, es un partido muy abierto porque la Real es un equipo que imprime mucho ritmo y eso al Mallorca le viene bien también.
Ataque Kubo, ¿no? Que se quejaba de esa falta. Y Maffeo, ¿no? Providencial ahí para conseguir ese saque de puerta.
Tenemos que aprovechar las peinadas de Muri porque Pacheco lo va a pasar muy mal con él.
Jugando ahora con mucha calidad David Silva, que se va de Antonio Sánchez.
We also need to really take advantage of Maurice's aerial balls because Pacheco will have a really hard time keeping hold of them. The ball goes to Real Sociedad now.
En el Vise Mallorca Estadio, a pesar de ser miércoles, día laborable.
And just to point out, even though it is Wednesday, 22 minutes past 9, there is a pretty decent turnout in the stadium eventually, so we are happy and grateful for that. However, there are a couple of very dodgy looking clouds in the stadium right now, so we hope that they are not going to translate into some rain later on.
La Real Sociedad, ahí está Guevara poniéndola para David Silva. De primeras prácticamente jugando con Pacheco, ya completamente recuperado el central de la Real.
So Real Sociedad in possession now, playing with Pacheco, who is completely recovered from his pain earlier. Muri playing with Taki Kubo now. Ball goes back to Rodriguez, but Merino is there. And it's offside. So the ball goes to Mallorca, minute 22 of the match.
Pues ahí el técnico de la Real Sociedad siempre gesticulando mucho desde la banda. De momento un poquito más tranquilo Pedro Rostoy. Vemos también a Luis García y en ese plano, ¿no? Sí que se ve que está esta lluvia fina, ¿eh? Esteban ahí.
Sí.
Parece que cada vez un poquito más intensa, ¿no?
Yo ya he guardado todo, Lo tengo bien todo cubierto. Pero que el fútbol no pare, Dani, que el fútbol no pare.
Ni mucho menos. Bueno, además la Real Sociedad que está más que acostumbrada a jugar con...
So no signs of slowing down either of the teams, and it has started to rain now here in the stadium. But the Real Sociedad team, of course, are more than used to the rain. So some speed there from Pablo Maffeo, who does a great job of getting in there very cleanly as well. Because what a race there from Oyarzábal.
Ha podido meter la punta y se la ha quitado.
Jugando ahí Murishi, en corto para Ndiaye. La tiene Olivan, que vuelve a empezar para el Mallorca.
Short pass from Murishi to Ndiaye.
Antonio Raillo para atrás. Va alguien que juega
Antonio Raillo passes backwards.
Este largo buscando aquí a Dani
playing with Antonio Sanchez. They're looking for Dani Rodriguez.
Habilitando a la derecha, Pablo Maffeo, que levanta la cabeza, que la quiere poner. No,
Pablo Maffeo overtakes on the right.
Se equivocó Take, entregó la pelota al rival, pero
Take makes a mistake there and gives the ball to his rival. But Martin Valgent manages to recover and passes it back to his goalkeeper. So here we go. So Esteban is saying that he's going to start a campaign of seeing whether he can get an umbrella down there on the pitch side. So lots and lots of spectators running to see if they can get an umbrella or some kind of waterproof garment. However, I hadn't looked at the weather forecast for tonight, but I really didn't know and wasn't expecting that we were going to have this kind of rain tonight.
Jugando Take Kubo, abriendo a la derecha para Pablo Maffeo, levanta la cabeza, la vuelve a pedir Take, se viene para el centro, viene Pablo Maffeo.
So Take is asking for the ball, but Pablo Maffeo is there playing with Sevilla. Good control.
Que lo leyó muy bien, otro que sabe poner esos pases como Oyarzabal. Y esa falta táctica
Very
sobre
good reading
Silva.
of the ball there. Tactical foul over Silva.
Estaba por ahí Oyarzabal que dijo, yo esto lo sé hacer,
Sí, y le ha leído el pase por dentro, bueno, hacia la banda y bueno, tiene mucha veteranía y mucha calidad.
Yes, Silva knew exactly where to go then. He is obviously a real veteran of the game.
Claro, en la previa estábamos viendo, ¿no? Ese justo antes de salir los jugadores al césped que se saludaban, ¿no? De manera bastante cariñosa. Pablo Maffeo y David Silva, claro, coincidieron
Yes,
en
we
el
were saying we were
Manchester
looking
City,
earlier at that very friendly
no sé si llegó a debutar, ¿no? Maffeo, pero sí
greeting between Pablo Maffeo and Silva, and that was of course from their past through Manchester City club, which we don't think Pablo Maffeo got the chance to debut with, but they did obviously form part of that team for a time, and they obviously trained there together many a time.
Maffeo precisamente, Take Kubo que buscaba el cañito, no le salió.
Take Kubo there was trying to get the caño pass to go between the legs, but didn't work this time. But it is going to be a throw-in for Mallorca. So they take it very quickly, Salva Sevilla and Antonio Sanchez.
Ahora ha decaído un poquito, ¿no? El partido, Manolo, tanto por parte de la Real como el Mallorca, tú lo decías.
So the rhythm has definitely decreased now, Manolo, in the last couple of minutes.
Un poquito de
kind of in an impasse moment right now.
15 minutos han sido tanto por uno o por otro con un ritmo muy alto y ahora están descansando un poquito porque el ritmo durante 90 minutos no lo puedes aguantar.
Of course, yeah, now is a kind of rest period of the match because that rhythm wasn't sustainable for a 90-minute match.
Levanta la cabeza, ve un movimiento arriba de alguno de sus compañeros, pero la ventaja tiene que ser aquí para Martin Valgent, que además
So the advantage at the moment is for Martin Valgent, who plays with Salva Sevilla. There's a foul on Amath Ndiaye, so the ball goes to Mallorca.
Y sigue lloviendo,
And the rain is still coming down.
Más intensidad lo estamos viendo en esa cámara, ¿no? que enfoca nuestro banquillo, como vemos ahí paraguas protegiendo, ¿no? a jugadores y técnicos. La gente que no ha venido tan preparada pues no tiene la misma suerte. Vamos a ver esta falta.
Of course, lots of umbrellas in the stadium now. Unlucky for those who didn't anticipate this. Martin Valgent.
Ese balón había fuera de juego, sí.
Unfortunately then, excellent opportunity to score for Mallorca. It was looking far too good, and it was too good to be true. It was offside, and the flags went up.
Por tanto, la jugada estaba invalidada, pero bueno, pues llegada peligrosa al Mallorca, Manolo.
Sí, a balón parado.
So a very dangerous approach there from Mallorca, looking very, very good.
La repetición se verá. Sí, fuera de juego.
Sí, Raillo y Murici están en fuera de juego.
Claro.
Es decir, no había dudas en cualquier caso, ¿no?
Yes, watching it back, we can see that Raillo and Murici were both offside. There was no question about it.
Avisó el Mallorca a balón parado.
However, that was definitely a warning there from Mallorca.
Y ahora Esteban, está lloviendo, yo creo que ya con bastante intensidad, ¿no?
Y lo estamos notando.
So the rain really is coming down now, isn't it, Esteban?
Un chubasquero o algo, pero bueno.
Chubasquero no basta, yo creo. Está cayendo fuerte, pero bueno, aquí lo aguantamos. A punto está el Mallorca, ojo ahora la Real.
Yes, it's pretty heavy, but we're going to stick it out. The players are on the pitch at the end of the day.
Saque de esquina, el segundo para la Real
So
Sociedad.
corner now, second one for Real Sociedad.
la Real pensará que está como en casa.
Sí, señor, ahora te lo voy a decir.
Bueno, vamos, venir a Mallorca y decir que va a llover no se lo creen.
Of course, for Real Sociedad, this weather is just like being at home for them.
Aquí jugando en Anoeta.
Sí, eso parece.
Bueno, pues la gente reclamaba también un poquito de agua, pues oye, llegó marzo y vuelven las lluvias.
Eso es bueno para el campo.
Claro que sí. Hay que pensar ahí en los países. Preparado Oyarzábal, el colegiado, que creo que está mirando, ¿no? A ver qué ha pasado ahí.
Oyarzábal ready to take this corner.
Bueno, llegará el córner. Ahí está Oyarzábal por abajo.
This is the corner now for Real Sociedad. Short pass which enabled Mallorca's defense to defend, to rebound. They try it again, but too long a pass which goes out, and eventually that means it's going to go back to Sergio Rico.
Al rescate como siempre, bien atento para darme un poco de cobijo aquí. Me he quedado solo, tenía un par de gente cerca, se han ido todos. Pero bueno, la gente que aguanta, está un poco ahí en los
so everybody has abandoned pitch side at the moment. I am the only one left here at the moment, but I'm not complaining at all, of course.
Y la Real, pues que con esos acercamientos tímidos y un Murici que en los corners también está ahí, para sacarlas. La hora ha sido con el pie, pero bueno, siempre viene bien tener al Kosovar por ahí atrás para sacar esos balones.
Of course, we're very, very grateful to have Murici there, always ready and waiting to recover those balls for us. So Sergio Rico takes the ball, passes it to Olivan. Murici is in there now.
Otro tema, ¿no? A tener en cuenta, Manolo, la velocidad del césped, ¿no? Porque con esta lluvia y este tapete.
So of course now this extent of rain and this the heavy rain is definitely going to be a factor to take into account with the condition of the grass. And also the way that the ball adapts to the grass as well. Taki recovers the ball here, back to Amath, very near the goal now. Murici's there, misses the header there. And it's going to be a throw-in for Mallorca. Very, very close to the corner. But Murici was very, very close to getting that header then. Obviously, one of the best things about the match at the moment is that we're 31 minutes in and we've barely had to speak about the referee yet, which is always a good sign. Martin Valgent receives the ball, and now Silva is trying to go on the counter-attack. Oyarzábal is there. Solov. Raillo cuts across, thankfully, and passes back to Sergio Rico.
En todas las transiciones defensivas es una barbaridad cómo llegan todos los jugadores, los cuatro defensas y la línea de medios, tanto Antonio como Salva, que están ayudando y mucho en tareas defensivas. El Mallorca muy cómodo atrás,
Mallorca are looking very comfortable in defense today, we must say.
Guevara, a la derecha la incorporación de Aritz Elustondo, encuentra
so Elustondo and Guevara playing.
Vamos a ver qué decide, qué inventa, la quiere poner. Rechazó la defensa afortunadamente.
Luckily our defense is there and we managed to push it back.
De portería porque ellos presionan sobre cuando enseguida que el Mallorca recupera la pelota. Pero bueno, nos quitamos el balón de encima. Es importante una vez que recuperemos la pelota tenerla un poquito de tiempo para que ellos puedan correr detrás de la pelota.
However, what I think Mallorca need to start doing now is that every time they're able to intercept the ball, we need to keep it with us.
Real Sociedad de nuevo. Ahora la posesión, ¿no? Es favorable a ellos. La están teniendo más, ¿no? En estos últimos minutos. Y eso está haciendo que los jugadores del Mallorca pues corran un poquito.
The possession is slightly more in Real Sociedad's side in the last couple of minutes, which of course always means that we have to run a bit more to keep up with them.
Oyarzábal que se quería girar, apareció providencial ahora también.
Oyarzábal, Salva Sevilla is there.
La vuelve a tener la Real Sociedad. De nuevo en parte
back
derecha.
After a steal by Dani Rodriguez, Real Sociedad are back in possession.
Descarga a la derecha para Elustondo. El centro que impacta.
Oyarzábal passes left to Elustondo. Impacts with Dani Rodriguez now. We've really got to try and get out of this danger zone.
nuevo preparando ese centro con pierna izquierda, la cabeza de Antonio Sánchez. Ahí está Murici, a ver si se la puede llevar, si la puede luchar el autopase de Murici. Es que era difícil, ganarle por piernas.
Murici just tries to do a self-pass there, but he couldn't manage to beat the Real Sociedad player.
Bueno, si lo hubiera cogido a Matt, quizá pues con la velocidad hubiera sido otra cosa, pero bueno, Muri ha hecho bien, ha intentado encararlo y bueno, a esperar que tengamos otra.
Ahí está la recuperación de Antonio para Muri. Ataca con 4 efectivos, la pide Matt, el balón un poquito.
So Antonio recovers, tries to pass to Muri, and it was slightly too long, that pass then. Take was asking for the ball at the right, but it's true that was going to go to Amath Ndiaye.
Un pase enseguida se ha ido rápido.
Coge mucha velocidad.
Mucha velocidad, sí.
Otra recuperación de Antonio Sánchez, que no sé cuántas lleva ya. Él cuenta recuperaciones de Antonio, ya.
So very, very good Antonio Sánchez today at recovering balls. We're very impressed with that.
Pero sí, buen recuperador ahí Antonio Sánchez en la sala de máquinas. Lenormand que abre a la derecha para Elizondo.
Lenormand opens up to the right now for Elizondo. Silva is asking for the ball.
El balón de nuevo para Silva y el gol. El gol de la Real Sociedad. Vaya pase, creo que fue Merino el que le metió.
And there comes the first goal for Real Sociedad.
Encontró el agujero por el centro de la defensa.
Very, very good pass there.
La primera llegada.
Silva was the one who found the gap between the players. And the first dangerous approach from Real Sociedad, which ends up in the goal. Sergio Rico, obviously frustrated and disappointed. However, very, very high quality play we had been saying.
Bueno, pues nos cazaron a Manolo y nos metieron el primero.
Sí, porque Silva se mueve en una posición que es una posición que no lo puedes coger. Mira, hace muy bien la pared Merino.
Madre mía, Merino.
Y entra y...
So yes, Merino did a very good job of creating a wall there.
Buena pared, se mete hacia adentro y define muy bien.
Cómo le pega Merino. Vaya pase, vaya calidad. Y bueno, Silva ahí que se pone nervioso.
Sí, el control ha sido medio gol. Bueno.
So the control of that was already half the goal.
Hoy que hay mucha lluvia y agua por aquí, pues ahora toca eso. Cuidado Esteban, jugador del Mallorca sobre el césped.
Pues es Antonio Raillo y se está tocando el tobillo, Hay que ir con cuidado, creo que.
So that is Antonio Raillo is stopped at the moment, and he's touching his ankle, which obviously is not good news for us.
Un Antonio Raillo que se está tocando y se está llevando las manos a la cabeza del dolor en el tobillo, Esperemos que no sea nada.
So yes, Antonio Raillo is bringing his hands to his head because of the pain he's experiencing in his ankle right now. That is obviously the last thing we want. We lost him for several months because of the pain in his ankle. I don't think that the Real Sociedad player steps on him. I think the dangerous movement came earlier than that.
Y yo creo que es lo que ha notado ahora, ¿verdad? Que debe llevar ese tobillo bien
vendado. I think there's a slight twist in the ankle there.
Que lo ha aparecido en directo.
So I don't think there was any damage from on behalf of the Real player.
Un gesto de doblar un poco el tobillo extraño y bueno, esperemos Esteban que pueda continuar. De momento parece que sigue.
But we hope that he will be okay. He does seem to be limping at the moment. Franco Russo is going to warm up.
Que estos movimientos con el campo mojado es complicado, la verdad.
Yes, these kind of movements on a wet pitch are always going to be very dangerous. Pedro Rostoy talking to Antonio Raillo there to see if he can go on. Oyarzabal leaves the ball for Merino. What a spectacular shot there from Solorz, which was going straight into the goal. In fact, I thought the ball was going in for a moment, so they definitely don't think twice about it. We definitely need to power through these minutes of pressure from Real now. So Muri is on his own at the top. And David Silva appears there in the mix.
Es Benjamin Button, cada vez más joven. Merino a la izquierda, la incorporación de
Merino is on the left for Real Sociedad. Oyarzabal is there as well.
Aparece Oyarzabal en el córner prácticamente, de nuevo atrás. 38 de partido, 0-1, vale el gol de Silva.
So 38th minute of the match now.
A la izquierda de nuevo, bien para Gorosabel. Se anima el ataque Silva.
Opens up for Gorosabel.
Dejó seguir el colegiado. Será saque de portería para
parecía falta,
el Real Mallorca.
Detalle que llegaba un poquito tarde.
And it goes to Sergio Rico. However, it did look like Take had fouled the Real Sociedad player there. So Sergio Rico is looking for Maurice's head there. Passes to Take Kubo, and that definitely was a foul there over Take, which is not whistled by the referee. I mean, he's good at letting play go on, but I think that one was a clear foul that time. So short passes between Pablo Maffeo and Salva Sevilla, who's playing with Dani Rodriguez. Take down once again. No foul whistled again, but this time it's on the counter-attack. Oyarzabal for Real Sociedad once again. Shoots and misses. So Sergio Rico has the ball, and we've got to be very careful with these counterattacks. Of course, yeah, we've got to finish these plays because those counterattacks are absolutely, really deathly for us. So 1-0 down at the moment, Real Sociedad in the lead. Take in possession now for Mallorca, tries to pass to Martin Diaye, but doesn't go out. However, he's not there in time. Let's see if Martin Diaye can do something here. Salva Sevilla, 3/4 of the way at the pitch. The ball goes to Amas. Martin Valgen trying it in any way he can. And Martin Diaye in possession. He's looking. So very good. He ends up causing a foul, and it's going to be a corner. Second of the match for Mallorca in this match. We can hear Take there asking for the foul. Ball goes to Take, who's playing once again with Martin Diaye outside the goal-scoring area now. Trying to go back to Martin Diaye, but Silva and Martin Diaye is complaining about a hand and a shove in the goal-scoring area, but there's no foul, so the ball goes to Real Sociedad. So Manolo, how are you feeling? Well, we've definitely struggled there on those minutes with Real Sociedad. If we can obviously equalise before half-time, that would be great. But there's still lots and lots of match ahead of us.
Olivan con Dani Rodríguez, el Tigre peleándose ahí con todo el mundo, se va bien de Porto, vuelve a abrir a la izquierda.
Dani Rodríguez there, battling against Porto, passes to Brian Olivan, who passes to Salva Sevilla, long pass to the other side of the pitch where Pablo Maffeo is, who controls the ball perfectly and passes to Take Kubo. Maffeo is looking for Maurici now, who's ready. Maurici receives the ball again and shoots, but goes into Ramiro's hands. Obviously, we're used to seeing Maurici now in the centre because we are eager and trying to see as much participation from him as possible. So long pass to Ramiro.
De Sergio Rico jugando ya con un Antonio Reyo que, bueno, de momento parece recuperado, Esteban.
So luckily, though, Esteban, Antonio Rayo looks recovered.
Mallorca quedan 2 minutitos para que se llegue el tiempo de descanso. No sé si se añadirá mucho o no, pero bueno, parece que.
Yes, so luckily he does look okay now. We are 2 minutes away from half time. We'll see if there's anything added on extra time.
Otra vez, entonces
Russo is back on the bench at the moment, which indicates that Rayo is feeling fine.
La pica para Ndiaye, con Salva de nuevo, circulación del Mallorca.
And Ndiaye and Salva Sevilla in possession. Maffeo now looking for Murici.
No puede darle mucha potencia y termina en las manos.
Murici is not able to execute that powerful rebound there, and the ball ends up in Ramiro's hands.
Pone sobre el verde el portero de la Real, jugando ahora con Pacheco.
So Ramiro now playing with Pacheco, plays with Gorosabel, loses the ball, so it's a throw in for Mallorca. And let's see, of course we've got time to try and equalise now before half time.
Jugando Sevilla atrás con Martin Balgen, con Antonio Raillo.
So Martin Balgen playing in defence now with Antonio Raillo. Of course we are looking to see whether there's any extra time added. Sergio Rico, goalkeeper for Mallorca, in possession now. Raillo is there, ready and waiting.
Ndiaye, de nuevo con Antonio Sánchez, el movimiento.
Ndiaye passes to Antonio Sánchez.
3 minutos, Dani.
Bueno, pues si tuvieron que atender, ¿no? El juego de la Real.
3 minutes of extra time added to this first half, so that's generous for us. That's definitely a handball there from Solov, not whistled by the referee once again.
De nuevo al suelo, ahora Pablo Maffeo, cuidado Silva dentro del área, le quiere pegar.
Pablo Maffeo goes down, Silva is going to shoot at goal.
La pierna de Brian Olivan.
Brian Olivan gets in there and defends. But that was a clear handball then that was not picked up on by the referee.
Bien Sevilla jugando con Amate Ndiaye. Con
Sevilla and Ndiaye playing now.
En cortito para Salva Sevilla. El almeriense, el
short pass to Salva Sevilla.
No se entendieron ahí.
Muri is offside there. There was a bit of a misunderstanding between Salva Sevilla and Muri. So the ball goes to Ramiro.
Estamos a todo esto en el minuto 46, quedan 2, por tanto.
So we're on 46th minute now, 2 minutes left of extra time in this first half.
Al menos eso parece en directo.
Sí, no, está un poco más tranquilo el agua. Pero la gente que sigue resguardada, ahí en los aledaños del estadio. Pero bueno, esto yo creo que en el descanso, ojo el codazo ahora de Mikel Oyarzábal sobre Pablo Maffeo.
So there was a clear elbow from Oyarzábal onto Pablo Maffeo then.
Le decía ok al árbitro de que ya estaba bien, a ver si el Mallorca tiene una última oportunidad antes de llegar al descanso.
Minuto y medio. Le queda este primer tiempo.
So minute and a half left now of this first half. Good control by Maffeo playing with Take Kubo, but slightly too long, so Real Sociedad recovers, but Antonio Sánchez recovers once again. Ball goes to Muri, but rebounded by Real Sociedad's defence. But it's going to be a throw-in for Mallorca, 1 minute away from the end. Oh, no, the throw-in is for Real Sociedad, 1 minute away from the end of the first half.
Atrás con Lenormand, Pacheco. Ya en territorio mallorquinista,
Lenormand and Pacheco.
Quiere tener la última posesión. El conjunto donostiarra.
Real Sociedad clearly wanting to cling on to the possession for the remainder of the first half.
Le devuelve la pelota al canario, ahí está Silva. Juega en cortito con Portu, de nuevo Silva, jugada
Silva and Portu playing.
Si se duerme mucho no le va a dar tiempo a ponerla. Merino muy presionado.
Merino, lots of pressure on him now.
Recupera el Mallorca, al suelo Rodríguez la falta. Balón para el equipo de Luis García.
Mallorca recovers here after a foul. And the doubt, of course, is whether the referee is going to allow them to take this.
Yo creo que va a pitar en este momento.
And there he goes. There's the whistles indicating the half-time mark.
Señalado el final de los primeros 45 minutos, gana por la mínima la Real Sociedad gracias al gol de David Silva.
Yes, so scraping a victory at the moment is Real Sociedad 1-0 up thanks to that goal. However, Mallorca has had several opportunities to score at the moment. We hope that the goal will arrive for Mallorca in the second half. They definitely deserve it. And in 15 minutes time they'll be back on there with a whole new mission at hand. Yes, so at the moment, as we said, Real Sociedad in the lead.
Bueno, un partido muy abierto por parte de los dos equipos. La Real Sociedad
so a very open match on both counts at the moment. Both teams want control of the ball, of course.
Bueno, es un partido abierto y han tenido dos ocasiones la Real Sociedad. Claras ha habido el gol y otra más. El Mallorca ha tenido las suyas y no las ha podido meter. Y bueno, un partido
so
abierto.
Mallorca had their opportunities, but they haven't been able to take advantage of them yet.
Otro partido más abierto todavía.
Bueno, pues esperemos, ¿no?, que el equipo seguro que sí tenga sus opciones para remontar en esta segunda parte. Resultado al descanso 0-1, el gol de David Silva que manda en el marcador.
1-0 down. Half-time at the moment. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back with you to analyse the first half and welcome the second half.
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas y fachadas. Financia ahora el 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importes desde 200 euros hasta 200.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
Llenamos de contenidos tu vuelo. Y tú decides disfrutarlos. O soñarlos en asientos cama. Te damos acceso directo al pasillo y tú decides máxima privacidad y confort. Llevamos más alto nuestra clase business y tú decides volar con nosotros. O no. Pero un consejo. Decide llegar tan lejos como quieras en la nueva clase business. Air Europa. Tú decides.
És el meu cor malferit que demana acció.
Un amor sense barreres davant meu ha cobrat vida.
Ja aviam què passa, ja aviam què passa. No sé què passa, ni per què passa, però sempre em passa. posats
És el meu cor malferit que demana acció.
Un amor sense barreres davant meu ha cobrat vida.
ja aviam què passa, ja aviam què passa. No sé què passa, ni per què passa, però sempre em passa.
Llenamos de contenidos tu vuelo y tú decides disfrutarlos o soñarlos en asientos cama. Te damos acceso directo al pasillo y tú decides máxima privacidad y confort. Llevamos más alto nuestra clase business y tú decides volar con nosotros. O no. Pero un consejo. Decide llegar tan lejos como quieras en la nueva clase business. Air Europa. Tú decides.
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas y fachadas. Financia ahora el 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importes desde 200 euros hasta 200.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
Bueno, pues ya estamos de vuelta aquí en el RCD Mallorca RCD.
Here we are back live in Mallorca Stadium. So Esteban, we're going to go to you.
La gente, ¿no?, que ha ido buscando también acomodo en las zonas superiores del
So of
estadio.
course, lots of people making their way up to the higher parts of the stadium, looking for a bit of shelter and cover, understandably, because it's still raining here. So yes, the rain is one of the main characters right now in the match. Yes, so I've got a double hood up right now and I'm under the umbrella, but we're all here to see some good football, which will make us forget about the wetness of this match.
Pero bueno, esperemos lo que decíamos, que esta lluvia se convierta en goles y consigamos dar la vuelta en esta segunda parte. Están Javi Llabrés, también está Canguil Lee, está Don Prats, está también Ángel Rodríguez.
Of course, we've got excellent players that are all ready and waiting to
Ángel está sentadito en el banquillo mirando como los otros hacen
see if they need to come on. Of course, Jaume Costa is sat on the bench watching the others do some passes with each other. Maybe he doesn't really want to get wet right now.
Bueno, hablaba Esteban del tema paraguas. Bueno, Esteban, tú piensa que hay gente que está peor que tú, como por ejemplo nuestro comentarista Manolo Moyá, que me decía que ha venido en moto al RCD Mallorca Stadium, pero bueno, Manolo, te va a tocar.
So of course, even though we are getting slightly damp here, then there are people that are worse off than us, like our commentator here, Manolo, who's just told me that he came here on a bike today, on a motorbike. So he's in for a wet ride home, that is for sure.
Y tenemos un poquito más de suerte en esta segunda parte, porque bueno, esto le favorece a la Real, pero bueno, mejor jugar con lluvia que no con viento, porque hemos tenido aquí partidos.
However, I always say it's much better to play with rain than with wind.
Puede haber un partido guapo, que se está viendo un partido muy abierto y mejor
so of course, remember there is a really nice football. It's an open match, so we can't ask for much more than that. However, the next match is against Celta de Vigo, and there could definitely be some rain there as well. So this is preparation for that. So we've just got to send all our support to the guys right now.
Buscando refugio y ya está. Pero bueno, la lluvia no pasa nada. Eso siempre es bueno.
Bueno, pues están saliendo ya los jugadores del Real Mallorca. Ahora confirmamos si con algún cambio o no. En principio parece que van a volver los mismos protagonistas.
So it seems that there will be no changes at the moment.
Sergio Rico también, el portero. Y veía ahí a movimientos de Chando también, del delegado del equipo, que evidentemente es el que tiene que comunicar esos cambios. Sale también ahora Martin Balgen. Vemos a Take Kubo y, bueno, lo más importante también es saber cómo está ese tobillo, ¿no?, de Antonio Raillo. Vuelven ahora los jugadores, vuelve también Raillo, evidentemente.
So the players are going back on the pitch now.
Así es, eso te iba a comentar justo ahora, en el momento que también nuestros compañeros nos decían la asistencia al partido de hoy, que para ser miércoles es bastante buena, 11.550 son las personas.
So quite an impressive turnout for a Wednesday night, just over 11,000.
El conjunto de la Real Sociedad ha entrado en el terreno de juego.
So there is a change on Real Sociedad's lineup. We've got Mendy coming on.
Yo creo que por Guevara, creo que ha dejado
por Guevara.
And I think Guevara has come off.
La caseta, en este caso. Y ha entrado pues con ese dorsal número 3 Zubimendi. No sé si tiene algún problema, ¿no?, el jugador de la Real Sociedad. Pero bueno, llega
so we don't know whether Guevara has had some injury problems, but Esteban is saying that in fact it looks more like
Bueno, vemos ahí la imagen también.
It's more like Guevara disappointing the coach with a couple of misplaced passes in the first half.
Bueno, a punto de arrancar esta segunda, lo hace en este momento. Empezó la segunda parte, ya juega el balón la Real Sociedad. Y rápidamente, Esteban, pues Luis García y Pedro Rostoy, ¿no?, que mandan a efectivos a calentar.
Así es, Javi Llabrés y
So Pedro Rostoy sending Canguil Lee and Pedro Llabrés to warm up. So interesting that for Mallorca.
Buena, la peina, Dani Rodríguez no llega ahora por muy poquito. Take Kubo.
Dani Rodríguez there and Take Kubo was nearly there to get the ball.
El central de Normante de la Real Sociedad. Y si no llega Kubo, hubiera podido llegar también incluso Vedat Murici, Así que buena el balón que ha peinado ahora Dani Rodríguez. Vamos a ver ese saque de banda. Antonio Sánchez De nuevo para Paloma Feo, a punto de perder ahí el Real Mallorca, pero puede jugar atrás con Antonio Raillo.
So Dani Rodriguez playing in defense with Antonio Raillo.
Con Amat Ndiaye, la perdió.
Brian Olivan down the bottom with Paloma Feo. Lose the ball, but then Dani Rodriguez manages to recover. So Manolo, Mallorca need to try and regain and maintain some possession.
Más largas que ellos tengan que correr detrás de la pelota, que la Real no es un equipo que le guste correr detrás de ella y poco a poco que pasen los minutos, porque bueno, la Real lleva muchos, sobre todo mucho tute jugando entre semanas con los partidos de la Europa League.
Buen balón de Amat Ndiaye para Muri que la quería dejar para
So Amat Ndiaye tries to pass to Muri.
Sí, un poquito de pausa por parte de Muri.
Se precipitó un poco.
Yeah, and Muri there needed maybe a little bit more calm and patience.
Retrasa ese balón ahora Salva Sevilla con su portero, con Sergio Rico.
Salva Sevilla passes back to Sergio Rico.
Y la gente que anima, ¿no, Esteban? Animando un poquito a su tropa.
Hombre, al final es lo que tiene la lluvia y el frío, ¿no? Que te dice, oye, pues ahora Lenormand, que se subía encima de Murici, que le ha impedido saltar al delantero kosovar del Mallorca. Otra recuperación de Antonio Sánchez,
que se va con fuerza,
del 10.
Good recovery from Antonio Sánchez. Who's passed into Amat Ndiaye. There was nobody there to receive it, unfortunately.
La verdad es que sí, porque Antonio Sánchez lo había hecho muy bien y Amat no ha levantado la cabeza.
And yes, and this time Murici was anticipated once again because Antonio Sánchez had done a very, very good job there.
Luis García Plaza, de nuevo con Antonio Sánchez. Ese balón a la
Antonio Sánchez once again in possession for Mallorca now.
Era muy buena la intención, pero
this time very good intentions, but slightly misplaced energy there and goes a bit too far. Matthew Hoppe is also warming up right now, the North American player who could get some very valuable minutes in a Mallorca shirt in the match today.
Se lanzó al suelo Lenormand y por tanto será saque de banda, lo hace ahora o lo quiere hacer rápidamente.
Lenormand goes down, but it's going to be a throw in. It looked like it was going to be Brian Olivan.
Recupera Antonio con la cabeza, de nuevo con Muri. Al suelo el kosovar, de momento sin oportunidades en el día de hoy. Bien, otra vez Antonio Sánchez.
Murici falls down there at the moment. No opportunities for him today, but Kubo has it. Passes to Salva Sevilla.
Pablo Mafeo
is incorporating now.
De nuevo para Salva Sevilla. Balón a la derecha. Mafeo por abajo con Take Kubo. Buena combinación del Mallorca. A ver qué inventa el japonés. Ahí está el túnel, le sale.
Take Kubo is in possession there. He goes down.
Yo creo que era falta de nuevo. Está dejando seguir
I think there was a foul there, but the referee still isn't whistling.
Saque de banda para el Mallorca. Hemos perdido aquí también.
It's a throw in for Mallorca.
La imagen del monitor.
Mítico sándwich, ¿no? Le han hecho.
Classic sandwich maneuver there against Take Kubo.
Mucho este árbitro. Tiene que ser muy clara la falta para pitarla.
Y ese balón ahora para la Real Sociedad.
The ball goes to Real Sociedad now.
La gente sabe que su equipo le necesita.
Bueno, llevamos 5 minutos y estamos jugando en el campo de la Real Sociedad y eso es bueno. Estamos apretando.
However, the good thing is that we are putting the pressure on the Real Sociedad team now, that's for sure.
La cabeza ahí de Merino, la baja ahora Salva Sevilla, buscando ahí a Murici. Salva Sevilla que vuelve a aparecer, la pone para Amat. Faltó ahí estar un poquito
Salva
más
Sevilla
atento
passes to
al delantero
Amat.
del Real Mallorca. Y ahora la lucha aquí de Raillo con Oyarzábal. Antonio que
Battle between Raillo and Oyarzábal.
para que se pelee Muri. Fíjate que patinó
Tries
ahí,
to pass it
por la
forward so
lluvia.
that Muri has to be the one to battle. Muri slips slightly, however, that's understandable. It's a very, very slippery atmosphere on the pitch right now. Antonio Sánchez recovers there, and what a match he is having on the recovery level.
Se lanzó con todo el central, será saque de banda.
Another throw in for Mallorca this time.
Ahí está el japonés, muy tapado, muy cerrado. Atrás con Antonio Sánchez y este con Raillo. El Kaiser que levanta la cabeza. Juega con Martin Valgen, de nuevo Raillo.
Martin Valgen and Raillo in possession for Mallorca now.
Antonio que está con mucha confianza, el 10 del Mallorca.
Antonio breaks away very confidently. There's a foul, but the referee doesn't whistle it. Goes to Take Kubo. The ball goes out. There's going to be a throw in, but Dani Rodriguez has hurt himself. I think there's going to be a yellow card for Merino for not removing his leg. Yes, that's going to be the first yellow card for Real Sociedad, the first yellow card of the match for Merino for that leg there, getting the foot in the way of Dani Rodriguez and eventually hurting him. So the throw-in is going to be taken by Maffeo, who's looking for Marici. And the ball goes off target.
Bueno, sacó petróleo porque provocó esa falta de Pablo Maffeo. Es por tanto balón para la Real Sociedad.
There's going to be a free kick there, but the ball is going to go to Real Sociedad.
La Real evidentemente que, bueno, pues se lo toma con calma, no tiene mucha prisa.
52nd minute of the match now, of course. Real Sociedad, no rush in the world, taking everything very slowly and calmly.
Lenormand atrás con Remiro.
Lenormand is fallen back with Ramiro now.
Pablo Maffeo, la recuperación, salva Sevilla por abajo buscando a Muri, ese pase que buscaba la incursión de Amate Ndiaye, a punto estuvo también de tocarla con la mano.
Muri there was looking for the incorporation of Amate Ndiaye, and Mallorca recovers. Marici manages to get a throw-in, albeit struggling. Marici, Amath, Brian Olivan.
Ahora retrasa Olivan para Antonio Raillo, lo intentará por el otro costado del Mallorca.
Back to Antonio Raillo, who's going to try now on the other side. Valgen and Maffeo in possession. However, Manolo, it's clear, the intentions are clear. Keep possession as much as we can.
Estos partidos que ha tenido la Real Sociedad, y cuanto más tiempo tengamos la posesión de la pelota, esto será bueno para el Mallorca.
Of course, the longer we have possession, the better opportunities we're going to have, and that's that. So Take Kubo moving towards Brian Olivan. Very narrow and closed off at the moment, Real Sociedad.
Las contras estamos defendiendo bien, pero el Mallorca poco a poco, mira, estamos de un lado a otro y eso es bueno tener unas posesiones largas.
Ahí está Olivan con Antonio Sánchez por abajo, encontrando el hueco. No la pudo
Antonio Sánchez from behind, finding a gap to move through.
Elustondo, la cabeza ahora de Antonio Raillo.
Elustondo steals the ball. Very, very high quality there.
Atrás con Martin Valgen, a la derecha para Pablo Maffeo, y ahora sí que parece que presiona un poquito más arriba el conjunto de Imanol.
Pablo Maffeo in possession, but Real Sociedad look like they're starting to put the pressure back on now.
Bueno, eso es falta, yo creo. Eso es falta, pero deja seguir el colegiado porque la tiene Rodríguez, que entra dentro del área y llega hasta la cocina, la pone
Seems to be a fault, but
le cae ataque, le pega ataque.
Muri and Take misses.
Le pegó Take Kubo. Es verdad que mordida.
A shot there from Take Kubo.
Cuando el portero ya se había vencido al costado derecho, se viene arriba. El FC Mallorca Stadi, la mejor oportunidad del partido.
So that is definitely the best opportunity Mallorca has had so far.
Vaya lástima, Manolo.
Qué lástima, porque si iba a ir a portería era gol, el gol del empate, porque el Mallorca se lo está mereciendo ahora, está apretando arriba, la Real.
Well, I'm glad that they had that opportunity to equalise there because they definitely deserve it now.
Una lástima que no haya ido entre los tres palos.
But it's a shame that that particular shot then did not go in between the three posts.
Jugando ahora la Real Sociedad, la gente que anima a los suyos.
Real Sociedad in possession.
Vale, por esta parte izquierda.
Of course, the Mallorca fans trying to support and show support for their players. Silva there tries to pass to Oyarzabal, but luckily does not reach him.
Ahí está Salva Sevilla. El almeriense. A la izquierda para
Salva Sevilla is there.
Olivan que la pica buscando a Murici. La cabeza providencial aquí de Lenormand. Y aparece Remiro para atajar. Este es otro Mallorca.
Tried to pass to Murici there, but one of the Real Sociedad defenders was there to cut across. But this is a very powerful looking Mallorca that we're seeing now, luckily.
Físicamente también el Mallorca ha ido más arriba, hemos apretado más arriba y llevamos 11 minutos que...
However, physically we can tell that we are starting to put pressure on at the top, which is definitely what we needed to do. And unfortunately, like the other day, the only thing we need is the goal.
Mucho movimiento más allá de los que están calentando, ¿no, Esteban?
At the moment, not much movement apart from the people who are warming up.
Félix y Rostoy estaban hablando, el preparador físico del Mallorca con el segundo entrenador del conjunto bermellón. Parece ser que se retrasaron.
Did look like the physical coach Felix was speaking to Pedro Rostoy there, discussing the options of players come onto the pitch. However, we've got to be very careful with these changes. So there is Amathin Diaye. Elustondo recovers the ball and tries to break away with it. He's waiting for the incorporation of some of the other players. Amat did very well there, but we need slightly more precision at the end of the plays.
Esa velocidad, ese caño que ha hecho y una lástima ese pase que ha querido meter por dentro a Dani. Mira, y ahora la Real Sociedad está haciendo lo que estaba haciendo el otro día el Valencia, perder tiempo.
And now, of course, Real Sociedad are doing exactly what Valencia was doing the other day, which is that they are wasting time. And we're only on minute 57. So yeah, this last half an hour is going to be a very long half an hour for Real Sociedad.
Iba a decir, Dani, que justo el colegiado del partido miraba al capitán de la Real, a Mikel Oyarzabal, como diciéndole, oye, que le voy a tener que sacar tarjeta.
Sí, no le va a quedar otra, como esto siga así.
However, the referee was looking at the player, the Real Sociedad player, as if to say, if you continue like that, you will be having a yellow card.
Y encima consigue que el saque de banda sea para el Mallorca.
Throw in for Mallorca.
Esperando aquí a Salva Sevilla su movimiento.
Maffeo waiting for the movements of Salva Sevilla. Passes to him.
Hacer otra cosa que entregar a la Real Sociedad.
Nothing else for him to do but hand it over to Real Sociedad. They're looking for Porto, but nobody can get past Antonio easily, who forces a corner for Real Sociedad.
La verdad es que el desgaste de Antonio Sánchez es espectacular, el derroche físico de este jugador.
However, the physical exhaustion Antonio Sánchez must be experiencing is quite something.
Como están perdiendo tiempo, llevamos 15 minutos, no llega a 15 minutos.
Mikel Oyarzabal, que la va a poner desde la esquina, el internacional español. El Mallorca que defiende con todo el mundo, con todos sus efectivos. Ahí está el córner buscando el segundo palo. El remate, ese balón que queda muerto, rechazó quién.
There's a rebound there after the corner, but Antonio Sánchez manages to defend, which is a very, very dangerous angle.
La falta que le cae a Dani Rodríguez.
Ha llegado tarde.
Foul by Dani Rodríguez now.
Justo no había visto cómo llegaba el jugador de la Real Sociedad, era Gorosabel, el que se había anticipado el balón y le ha dado justo.
It is true that he hadn't seen the approach from the Real Sociedad player.
También aquí tendrá que sacar sus armas el Mallorca para defenderse y evitar el segundo.
So Mallorca are going to have to bring their weapons out now to defend once again.
De esas peligrosas, le va a pegar Mikel Oyarzabal, lo va a hacer con
This is going to be another one of those dangerous opportunities now for Real Sociedad.
Y Salva Sevilla. Sergio Rico bajo palos. Está cerquita del balón también ahora el mismo Gorosabel. Vamos a ver que quiere.
Gorosabel is near the ball as well now.
Le va a pegar Oyarzabal buscando el segundo palo.
Oyarzabal looking for the second post. Controlled by Marino and provokes a corner.
Y el cuarto saque de esquina. Bueno, pues a balón parado quiere volver a meter Medo.
So another free kick now for Real Sociedad. They're going to try and cause as much damage as possible, of course.
Ahora ya sí que sí, el colegiado que le dice ni una más a Mikel Oyarzábal que saquen rápido.
The referee, however, starting to get fed up with their time-wasting techniques.
Para preguntarle si tienen el crono en marcha, porque es verdad que el conjunto Txuri-Urdin está arrascando estos segunditos, a ver si luego les hace falta.
Ahí está Oyarzábal desde la esquina, la va a poner con esa pierna izquierda. El balón de nuevo muy pasado, el segundo palo y el remate y el gol.
It's the second
post,
but then on the rebound comes the second goal for Real Sociedad. That rebound could have gone anywhere, but instead it ended up in Merino's possession. He did the pass on the first goal, and this time he scored instead. Players from Mallorca trying to complain about something to the referee, but everybody else is telling the Mallorca players to go back to their half of the pitch.
Qué pena, Qué pena porque estaba Olivar emparejado con él. Y ese balón que le queda a Merino, que marca el segundo tanto y que complica todavía más el partido aquí al Mallorca. Bueno, Manolo, pues 0-2.
Sí, bueno, la Real sin hacer
So
nada.
this obviously makes things a lot more complicated for Mallorca now, and we're now 2-0 down.
Y bueno, enseguida le ha venido el rebote y prácticamente no ha podido hacer nada Sergio Rico.
Yes, I mean, as the rebound came that quickly, there was not much that our defenders could have done. But now we've just got to try and score to get back into the game.
Y el árbitro Esteban, que estaba pendiente, ¿no?, de que se revisara ese gol por si había habido algún tipo de falta.
Referees and linesmen, of course, revising the goal to see if everything was correct. Dani Rodriguez is down now, and there are a couple of players down, in fact. Yes, Pablo Maffeo was asking for the foul after that goal there. Because before the action, there were already a couple of players on the floor, as well as some of the Mallorca players saying that there had been handball. However, yes, it's a massive shame the second goal has arrived in what was being Mallorca's best part of the match so far. But yes, onwards and upwards, and we've got to try and claw back now.
Es que es una suerte increíble, remata de cabeza, que es lo que hace Merino.
Yeah, they were extremely lucky then that the rebound just happens to go straight to him.
No quiere hacer eso, le rebota en las rodillas y le cae él y lo mete por el palo corto, que Sergio Rico no puede hacer nada porque no ve la pelota.
Falls to Raillo, who accidentally rebounds with his knees, falls onto Merino, and he just whacks it in the back, and there's nothing else to do, really.
La Real Sociedad de Lenormand, que no quiere problemas porque solo la presencia del delantero kosovar ya infunde peligro.
The ball reached Maurici's head then, which is going to be a corner for Mallorca now. So, free kick for us, which means an opportunity, of course.
Quedan muchos minutos por delante.
Still lots of match ahead, and anything is possible, as we know.
El balcón del área chica, rechazó la defensa, el balón que le cae, ataque Kubo, que le pega.
The ball falls to ataque Kubo now.
Por encima.
Ojo Pablo Maffeo, Ojo Pablo Maffeo, que se queda tendido sobre el césped, no sé si por algún golpe también en su
Pablo Maffeo is down on the grass. We don't know if that was part of in his intentions of trying to help and trying to go for Salva Sevilla's rebound. Maffeo still on the grass. Hoppy and Kangin Lee getting ready in case they're needed. I can see a couple of... and Matthew Hoppy is getting ready to come on.
Bueno, pues vamos a ver, ¿no?, si tiene su oportunidad.
So let's see if Matthew Hoppy can have his opportunity today.
El norteamericano del Real Mallorca, cuidado ahora esa contra. Solorta ahí delante de...
Careful with the counter-attack now from Real Sociedad.
el portero del Real Mallorca.
Y Javi Llabrés, Javi Llabrés también, el
And
jugador
Javi Llabrés also getting ready to come on. So the North American player that we've barely seen play at all this season, and the youth team player Llabrés, both coming on now for Mallorca. However, I guess it is the time to be brave. You know, when you're 2-0 down, it is the time to be brave.
Primero por ese primer gol y creer en que podemos remontar y sacar algo positivo. Va a ser complicado, pero bueno.
Cuidado que ese balón le vuelve a caer a Merino, que parece que tiene un imán. Ahí está Merino, que se
We've
va
got to
de
be careful.
base.
Marino,
El balón a la cruceta ha tenido la
and the
sentencia.
ball hits the
Mikel
crossbar.
Merino,
Luckily,
quiso ajustar demasiado ese balón que se fue al travesaño. Cuidado que vuelve a atacar la Real Sociedad. Viene de
and they're on. Real Sociedad is on the attack once again.
Provoca esa falta, pero madre mía, vaya balón que de nuevo le ha vuelto a caer. Es que tiene un imán ahí.
So in the end, Marino does provoke a foul, but Marino looks like he has a complete magnet on him when he's got the ball. It's very, very difficult to steal the ball from him.
El norteamericano Matthew Hoppe, que quiere tener su oportunidad, jugará, imagino. Manolo, Dani, vosotros me corregiréis o no. 4-4-2 con los dos bichos, con los dos jugadores altos del Mallorca, como son Matthew y también Vedat Murishi. Y Dani Rodríguez, que pasará al centro del campo con Antonio Sánchez.
So it looks Salva Sevilla has come off, so which means that Matthew Hoppe, as we know, another very tall player, is on. So we'll see how that works with the two towers now of Murishi and Hoppe. The ball there going towards Murishi, but neither him nor Take Kubo were there in time to receive it.
Queda partido, queda muchos minutos, un gol lo cambia absolutamente.
However, we have to say that even though a goal would completely change everything right now, there is still a lot of match ahead of us. So we don't need to panic quite yet.
En el momento, Dani, que también vuelve a calentar, podría volver a sentirse futbolista del Mallorca, como aquel que dice Idrisu Baba, ejercitándose en la banda. Veremos si también tiene minutos.
Baba is warming up on the sidelines as well, so we'll see whether he also gets the opportunity to have some minutes on the pitch today.
Bueno, pues será evidentemente una de las notas positivas, ¿no? Si la negativa es el resultado, pues la positiva, ¿no? El regreso.
So obviously, if the result ends up being negative today, that will be one of the positive aspects to see Baba recovered from any physical problems he's had recently and back on the pitch. Martin Valjean recovers the ball. Murishi gets it, but is eventually intercepted by Real Sociedad. Bit of a messy match at the moment, we must say.
Ahí está de nuevo David Silva, que ya no está tan presente, ¿no?, en el fútbol de su equipo en esta segunda parte, y eso ya nos viene bien. Jugando de nuevo el canario. Aparece por ahí Merino. Merino que si quiere marchar de Antonio Sánchez, le agarra por detrás. Cuidado que eso.
Marino wants to break away from Antonio Sánchez.
Pide el árbitro que se pare el encuentro, porque ahora sí, Esteban, llegan esos dos cambios en las filas del conjunto donostiarra.
And here we go. Here come the two changes on behalf of Real Sociedad.
El terreno de juego Aritz Elustondo, también entrará Joura. Y se irá del campo.
So Joura is coming on.
También preparado para entrar en el
and Porto is coming off.
El jugador coreano que veremos
Kangin Lee also looking ready to come on and try his luck on the pitch today. Take seems that he's going to come off in favour of him, who's obviously had lots of participation in the first half of this match, but has not managed yet to get any near goals, unfortunately.
Sergio Rico, que se la quita de encima, quería poner la cabeza a Murishi, aparece en Joara en esa
Sergio Rico takes it away.
Participación en el
Murishi
encuentro,
appears there.
Oyarzábal, ese balón de Silva que se encuentra Solor dentro del área. Cuidado, ahí está Solor que pisa la pelota.
Silva receives the ball and Solor gets it. There's a bit of a misunderstanding there, and Antonio Raillo is there to recover. and sends it to Sergio Rico.
Claro, rapidísimo para nosotros ahora.
Sí, nosotros ahora con urgencias quedan 20
Of course,
minutos
time
más el
flying
descuento.
by for us right now.
Y bueno, hay que tener un poco de paciencia y a ver si podemos tener alguna ocasión y metemos ese primer gol que nos pueda dar esa vida de esperanza para intentar empatar el partido, que va a ser complicado, pero bueno, el mundo del fútbol todo puede ser posible.
Y Esteban, sigue lloviendo un poquito, pero
We know it's going to be a complicated battle back now to equalize or to get in the lead, but we also know that anything is possible in football.
Porque mañana hay que ir a trabajar y no se pueden considerar para la falta de Brian Oliván, que llegaba tarde, parecía que ha golpeado al jugador de la Real, que ya se recupera. Pero decía,
A foul there for Brian Olivan.
Sigue cayendo un poquito de agua, pero parece que ya
The rain is still coming down here. There are a couple of people who are starting to leave the stadium. We must remember, of course, that it is a weeknight. Lots of people working tomorrow, of course.
Solort, primer balón que toca Canguili, buena recuperación de Antonio Sánchez.
So Real Sociedad players looking for Solort there. Antonio Sánchez tries to pass to Murishi. First touch on the ball for Javi Llaveres.
Se animó a disparar y cuidado la contra la Real
Shoots.
Sociedad.
And we're going to have to be careful now with the counter-attack again of the Real Sociedad, but Pablo Maffeo manages to defend. Foul against Maffeo now, and that is a real shame as well. It wasn't a bad foul, but maybe he got in there with his leg far too outstretched.
Insistimos, pues la Real que evidentemente se lo va a tomar con absoluta calma ahora por televisión, ¿no? Repitiendo ese disparo de Merino que se fue. Pues fíjense dónde se ha ido. Al larguero. Afortunadamente la pena Solort, pero ese balón que se marcha por línea de banda saca ya rápidamente Oliván.
So Oliván is going to take a throw in for Mallorca now after a misplaced kick by Real Sociedad's goalkeeper.
Patada de David Silva. La pita el colegiado, esa falta para
foul there as Dani Rodriguez receives a kick from Silva.
Que toca en cortito con Antonio Raillo. Y este con Martin Valgen.
Quick pass from Antonio Raillo and Martin Valgen.
Sánchez con Valgen, este con Raillo. Aplaude el público. Hay que
Sánchez, Valgen and Raillo in possession. The crowd cheering the players on. They know that we need the first goal.
Fuera de juego dejó ser el colegiado porque se la llevaba Solort. Se cruzó ahora muy bien Providencial Antonio Raillo y Oliván atrás para su portero.
Oliván passes backwards to the goalkeeper Sergio Rico.
Conduce la pelota Pablo Maffeo a la derecha para Canguili. El coreano que está fresco.
Pablo Maffeo cruises the ball right towards Canguili.
Abre la izquierda la incorporación de Brian Oliván. Le acompaña Llaveres.
Opens up towards Brian Oliván. Llaveres is there with him. He receives the ball.
En cortito para Rodríguez. La pide a la derecha. El movimiento ahora de Pablo Maffeo, pero el balón era demasiado largo. Se perdió por línea de fondo. Será saque de puerta.
Bueno, too long a ball there, and it's going to go back to
hay que seguir, insistir y
Real Sociedad's goalkeeper.
Bueno, mira, ahora le saca tarjeta amarilla al árbitro después de 3 veces.
Bueno, pues ni una más, le dice el colegiado.
So the referee has finally got fed up there. He's taken a yellow card out against the Real Sociedad's goalkeeper just for wasting time, and says that he's going to add a whole extra minute to the clock of extra time because of this time wasting technique.
Antonio Sánchez para jugar atrás con su portero, con Sergio Rico. De nuevo Antonio Sánchez, el jugador, para mí de momento el mejor jugador del partido del Mallorca.
Sí, está haciendo un gran partido y un derroche físico.
Sergio Rico there passes to Antonio Sánchez, who in my opinion is at the moment man of the match from Mallorca's point of view.
En cortito con Antonio Sánchez, hemos mencionado mucho su nombre, lo seguiremos haciendo mientras esté en el campo. Ahí está.
So Antonio Sanchez there once again in the mix.
Cabeza bien para Olivan, le vuelve la pelota al chaval, ahí está la pared con Olivan, buena combinación del Mallorca, tocaba de primera.
Brian Olivan and Javi Yabres in possession. Hoppy is there and Javi Yabres is there to receive it too. Let's see what they can do with Kangin Lee as well.
Rechazó la defensa.
First touch from the American on the ball, but rebounded by the defense. Real Sociedad, of course, have their strategy very, very clear. They just need to now take advantage of any counter-attacks that they can get.
Ahí viene Olivan. Le taponan mucho, juega con Hoppy. Este con Yabres. Yabres a la derecha, la incorporación por el otro costado.
Hoppy and Yabres in possession. Goes around the other side of Pablo Maffeo, who tries to head it in, but it's way too far out. Olivan manages to hold on to the ball. Trying to look for Murishi.
Que consigue además jugar con su compañero. Quiere armar la contra la Real Sociedad.
Silva steals the ball and tries to build his counter-attack here.
Y vuelta a empezar para el conjunto donostiarra. Y ahora sí, Esteban, va a reaparecer un jugador muy esperado.
Pues así es, Idris Ubaba que ya se prepara para entrar.
Yes, and now is time, Esteban. We're going to see the reappearance of a hotly anticipated return of Baba.
Sí, recalcamos esa vuelta de Idris Ubaba, el jugador ganés que volverá después de un mes, más de un mes de parón.
So yes, the Senegalese player, after more than a month of not seeing him play for Mallorca.
Solo precisamente ante el peligro.
Another counter-attack from Real Sociedad here, led by Soloz.
A participar un poquito más, Valiente a la derecha, de nuevo con Pablo Maffeo.
Valiente goes right now with the help of Pablo Maffeo. Player leaves it so that Kangin Lee can take the ball and try and improvise. Rodriguez is there, Antonio Sanchez is there as well. Slow burner play from Mallorca.
Completamente cerrada la Real Sociedad,
Sí, lo que no ha hecho en todo el partido lo está haciendo ahora.
Very difficult because Real Sociedad are extremely narrow at the moment and very closed off.
Ahora está teniendo posesiones largas, a ver si podemos colgar algún balón y podemos rematar.
Canguilí con Martín Valgen. Este para Antonio Sánchez. Abre a la izquierda para la incorporación de Olivan. Olivan que pone el centro. Vuelve a quedar corto por arriba. Están siendo muy seguros.
Olivan does a central pass now.
Se cierran muy bien y los centrales lo están
But once again rebounded by Real Sociedad, who are clearly very, very confident right now. So Antonio Sanchez is coming off after that very, very high intensity match for him. He must be absolutely exhausted. And Baba is coming on.
Le estaban diciendo que Pablo Maffeo había salido por esa zona del campo. La Real que creo que parece que lo van a hacer ahora o no. No sé si se están entendiendo ellos.
And Maffeo also, Pablo Maffeo is also coming off in favor of Gio González.
Está perdiendo Gorosabel, será el jugador que abandone el terreno de juego después de este y también, perdón, ahora iba a decirlo, y entrará en su lugar el dorsal número 5, Zubeldia.
Another change with Zubeldia also on Real Sociedad's grounds too.
El próximo partido este domingo, vamos a ver, la va a poner Olivan ahí, en largo, buscando a Murishi, por arriba, de momento infranqueables. Los jugadores de la Real Sociedad, de nuevo Olivan.
Trying to get the ball to Murishi now, the ball is in Olivan, goes back to Yabres, who passes to Raillo.
El balón de cabeza, le cae a Yabres a la
Looking for
frontal, se lo pensó dos veces, rechazó la defensa y pide mano.
Pues, ojo,
A rebound there from the defense after touching the ball from Yabres, and they are asking for handball. At the moment, in the meantime, Real Sociedad are on the counter-attack here.
La incorporación de más efectivos, bien Kangin en la ayuda defensiva, recuperó el Mallorca.
Good work helping with the defense from Kangin Lee.
A la derecha, nuevo para Kangin Lee, a ver si rápidamente podemos ir a
Pass from Martin Valgen right to Kangin Lee.
10 más el descuento.
But 10 minutes left now, plus extra time.
Olivan con Yabres.
Olivan and Yabres.
A la izquierda de nuevo.
who is obviously fearless, as we've seen.
Va a poner el centro, se está cerrando. Se cerró tanto que la terminó perdiendo. La Real que ya se dedica a eso, a achicar agua
We
y a
lose
buscar
possession
con
to
Oyarzábal y con Silva.
Real Sociedad.
Pero con esto le está bastando. Baba, primer balón que toca el ganés. Buen balón a la derecha. Mafeo. Mafeo que vi a Canguilí. El pase que no es bueno. Recupera Merino. Ay, Gio, perdonar. Sí, estaba haciendo... Gracias a Esteban ahí por
Gio receives the ball there.
Ese nombre que Mafeo ya no está sobre el césped, efectivamente, es Gio González.
Se parecen mucho.
Sí, es verdad, es que esto me juega aquí el subconsciente, nos juega una mala pasada entre el que lleva las botas de mismo color.
However, of course, he's easily confused with Pablo Maffeo because they often occupy the same position on the pitch, but they're also very similar physically.
Esta es la típica, Manolo, que a nosotros pues nos pilla con el brazo extendido.
Sí.
Esta suerte no la tenemos, ¿eh?
No, esta no.
Al menos en el día de hoy. Jugando Antonio Raillo. Camino del 82. 0-2 en el marcador.
Raillo in possession. We're still 2-0 down right now.
Que la pone en largo. Buscando aquí a Gio, que la peina así bien ahora para Hopi. A ver el americano que puede hacer. Se puede marchar por esta parte derecha. Pues no. Recuperó la Real Sociedad y aparece Silva.
Real Sociedad recovers once again and Silva is there to go on the counter-attack.
Recibe ya Zubeldia.
Zubeldia getting the ball, receiving it.
Reviro que se puede permitir la sangre fría de jugar con su central. La pone largo.
Playing in midfield at the moment. Martin Valjean intercepts, thankfully.
Quiere evitar que ese balón salga y sí, lo consigue el Real Mallorca.
Baba there trying to prevent the ball from going out and manages it.
El gallego por abajo, bien para Muri, que se gira el disparo.
Danny Rodriguez who passes to Muri and goes out, but unfortunately nobody got a touch on that, so it's not going to be a corner. So he had to try it, so he did.
El tiempo se acaba.
And time is running out now. Of course, time which is not on our side today. Luis Garcia Plaza obviously desperate and frustrated there in his box. This is his first of his 2 sanctioned matches.
Iba a meter al último cambio. Imanol Alguacil preparado y Yarramendi.
So Real Sociedad is preparing their last change there.
Calidad que tiene este equipo, sin duda. Recupera ahí Hopi.
Another very high quality player for them, just demonstrating the whole arsenal they have of players to bring on at any moment. Gio González in possession, hits a short pass to Kangin Lee. He passes backwards to Martin Valjean.
Ahí está Llabrés. El 34 a la espalda. El de Vini Salem atrás. La tiene Martin Valjean. Valjean que se anima. La pone para Murishi con Llabrés. Ese balón que le cae a Muri.
Murishi and Llabrés. The ball goes to Muri. And that's a shame that Muri couldn't take it away then.
Porque si el balón Manolo llega a pasar.
Sí, es que no tenemos suerte en los rebotes ni en los rechaces. Prácticamente no.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not having the best of luck on the rebounds or on the defense rejects. They always seem to be falling onto the boots of the Real Sociedad players.
Y hasta en esto no tenemos ni suerte. Pero bueno, hay que tener un poco de paciencia.
However, we just must remain patient.
Terreno de juego el jugador que ha marcado el segundo tanto del conjunto Txuri Urdin, Mikel Merino, para que entre en su lugar el capitán de este equipo.
So Merino is off, and
Real Madrid ahí estaba jugando atrás.
The ex-Real Madrid player Ilarramendi comes on.
Un disparo entre los 3 palos que terminó dentro de una asistencia de gol y de un balón al travesaño. Sé que buen partido del jugador.
So Merino, excellent match for him. He had 1 assist and 1 goal.
No puede llegar porque ese balón coge muchísima velocidad. Se lanzó con todo ahí Llabrés. Pero será saque de banda.
Yabres went for everything there, but unfortunately he was just slightly too late. It's just going to be a throw-in for Real Sociedad now. Very close to the corner point.
Tomando todo el tiempo del mundo. Alex Sola. Ahora sí la pone largo buscando a Yarzaba. La cabeza de Dani Rodríguez. Encima el último en tocar ha sido el gallego. Así que volverá a ser banda para el conjunto donostiarra. Bueno, Luis García resignado evidentemente desde esa zona en la que está siguiendo el partido. Las instrucciones que continúan.
Luis García Plaza now looking rather resigned from his position in the stadium. However, the instructions are still coming from Pedro Rostoy. Of course, things are looking slightly more complicated now.
A ver si en una de estas, ¿no? Muri que viene evidentemente con el cuerpo, juega bien atrás para Yabres. Ahí está el canterano que le deja para Olivan el disparo. Que terminó
There's a shot there
de Remiro, pero
from Olivan and goes into the
un gol, insisto, un gol lo cambia todo.
Goalkeeper's hands, and unfortunately that is what we have to do right now. Because one goal right now could change absolutely everything.
El balón en largo. Buscando aquí a Solort que la peina, pero solo la puede enviar a saque de
Real
banda.
Sociedad goalkeeper looking for Solort, but ends up in a throw-in.
Sí, tendremos que darles paraguas a los jugadores que salgan a la zona de la Super Flash. Veremos quién es el jugador que atenderá a nuestros micrófonos, pero imagino pues que si esto acaba así, pues con cara de pena, ¿no? Porque al final el equipo no ha hecho un mal partido, ha hecho las cosas bien.
Of course, we would hope that the match is not going to end with the result that is currently on the scoreboard, because they've had quite a decent match.
En el Real Arena nos ganó en el último suspiro también.
Sí, señor. El partido nos dejó fríos, ¿no? Eran aquellas jornadas que el Mallorca encajaba pues bastantes goles en los minutos finales. Lo hizo en Mestalla, lo hizo en el Real Arena. Para
Cádiz también.
En Cádiz también, efectivamente. Creo que fueron 3-4 partidos, ¿no? Que o perdimos o empatamos y que se escaparon victorias que ahora pues nos habrían venido muy bien. Pero bueno, el fútbol. Jugando a Yabres, también empatamos el último suspiro con el Elche.
Yabres in possession for Mallorca. Poppy putting pressure on the goalkeeper, trying to find some mistakes there.
Del cielo balear. Será saque de banda para el Mallorca. 88, menos de 2 para el final, menos de 2 para el tiempo añadido. Toca de primeras ahí.
88th minute now, 2 minutes away from full time, and then we'll see the extra time added. Kangin Lee there, getting very close to the goal. Gio appears in the mix.
Toca de primeras Dani Rodríguez. No encuentra
Dani Rodríguez gets a touch on the ball.
El Real Mallorca, Martín Valgen para Antonio Raillo.
Martin Valgen and Antonio Raillo.
De Brian Olivan, Raillo que la quiere poner, buscando ahí el remate de Hopi.
Raillo wants to shoot, he's looking for Hopi. But I guess that's what we have to do. Unfortunately, it's rebounded by the defense.
Manolo, ¿cómo lo ves?
Complicado. Queda poco tiempo, quedan un minuto más el descuento, a ver cuánto, pero a ver si.
So it is looking complicated now, but we'll have to try and score, you know, the goal of hope. But it's not over until we hear the last whistles.
Ahí está Rayo con su portero, tiene todavía fuerzas, Oyarzábal para presionarle, el balonazo buscando ahí a la
So Raillo is there with Sergio Rico, they're trying to look for Maurici's head now.
Aparece también a Baba, pero el rebote que le favorece a Solort. La deja para que
but the rebound favors Solorth there and passes back to Ilarramendi.
La Real Sociedad. En segundos vamos a conocer el tiempo añadido. En segundos vamos a saber cuánto le queda
We're going to be aware of the extra time given very soon now, and see if we've got time to have a an epic counter-attack.
De nuevo el central. 5 minutos.
So 5 minutes of extra time today.
En el tiempo añadido en el Vice Mallorca Estadio con ese.
So we're now in extra time. We've just gone past the 90-minute mark.
Y ahora claro, a la Real Sociedad que le va a poner toda la pausa del mundo a su fútbol.
Of course, Real Sociedad now taking their time as much as they can. Going to go for some long passes. and pray that time flies by.
Recuperar ese balón, jugando ahora Zubimendi atrás para su portero, para Remiro. Viene a presionar un poquito Murishi, también Dani Rodríguez, el balonazo largo, patinó el portero. Pone la cabeza
Murishi tries to come on and put pressure on,
de la Real Sociedad.
but Real Sociedad end up going on the counter-attack.
Puede llegar el noruego encarado aquí, emparejado con Brian Olivan. Espera la incorporación de más efectivos, juega atrás para Oyarzábal. Este con
They're waiting for Oyarzábal to join.
Aparece David Silva. Retrasa de nuevo con Iyarramendi. Esto Zubeldia, perdón. Lenormand con Pacheco. Y vuelta.
Lenormand and Pacheco, and back to the start for Real Sociedad. Of course, playing very calmly now, as slowly as they can.
De la Real Sociedad. Remiro,
the Real Sociedad goalkeeper, in possession. Going to give a long left-footed pass.
Iba a decir ahora la contra de la Real, pero bueno, ganas tienen pocas de una contra. Más que nada de tener el balón en sus pies. Iyarramendi.
Iyarramendi in possession.
La Real ya pensando también en su próximo partido. El Mallorca también empezando a...
Real Sociedad and Mallorca, to be honest, already now starting to think about the next match.
Ante el Celta. Luego vendrá el Real Madrid. Luego iremos al campo del Español y luego vendrá el Alavés. Son los próximos compromisos, algunos de ellos.
So we've got obviously very important matches lined up in the next couple of weeks against Español, Alavés, who, as we know, are direct rivals for us.
Iremos a por todas, como no puede ser de otra manera. Zubimendi a la izquierda. Minuto 92,5. 2,5 para el final. Continúa lloviendo con fuerza, mucha gente evidentemente, que Esteban ya ha abandonado también el estadio por ser miércoles, por la lluvia.
Lots of people, as you said, Esteban, have now abandoned the stadium because of the time of the night being a Wednesday, and also because of the result, of course, we can't deny that.
El final del partido, algunos también lo que decías.
Yes, of course, there are a lot of people now stood up just waiting for the last whistle to go so they can swiftly exit the stadium. However, of course, after the second goal, a lot of the spectators will have thought that there's nothing left to be done, so that they could try and beat the traffic on their way home.
Porque al final el primero es una obra de arte de Mikel Merino y de David Silva. El segundo ha sido pues ese rechace que se ha encontrado el conjunto Txuri-Urdin.
However, the first goal, we have to say, was a work of art, we must admit, from the Real Sociedad players. But the second goal at the end of the day, and we must realise that, came from the pure luck that the rebound fell to the Real Sociedad players' feet. So yes, Sunday is the next match, which will be kicking off at 6:30 p.m. and we'll be here with you as usual to do our pre-match coverage program. There was a shot then from Mallorca. Actually, no, the shot from Real Sociedad, sorry, which was the another shot at goal, but it was way off this time.
Parece que la quería poner el largo, lo hace ahora sí. Antonio Rayo buscando aquí a Murishi, que la deja pasar para que intente llegar a Llabres.
Murishi lets the ball go past him.
Sacará de banda la Real Sociedad. Sacará de banda Alex Ola.
Real Sociedad takes a throw-in.
Cronómetro que dejará llegar el encuentro al minuto 95, momento en el que empezaremos este tiempo de postpartido, en el que escucharemos, a pesar de la derrota, como siempre, a los protagonistas del mismo, 2-3 jugadores más.
So barely a couple of seconds now.
Y el árbitro que dice que hasta aquí hemos llegado, se acabó el partido.
And the referee decides that is it. There goes the final whistle. So third consecutive defeat now for Mallorca. We weren't able to win it today against a rival of the caliber of Real Sociedad. Disappointed expressions among the players.
Y Pedro Rostoy, que vemos desde aquí. Y bueno, pues Manolo Moyano, esta primera valoración de del partido. La verdad es que pues la Real Sociedad, ¿no?, aprovechó esos fogonazos, esos rebotes, esa calidad que tienen arriba para sentenciar el partido.
Sí, la verdad que bueno, ha llegado
So
poco
Real
y lo
Sociedad
poco
really
que ha
did
llegado
take
lo ha metido.
advantage of every
La
opportunity
calidad
they had
está ahí,
today.
no, bueno, la Real Sociedad es un equipo que
Yes,
le
I mean,
gusta
the
jugar al
quality is
fútbol.
undeniable
Nosotros,
there, of
pues,
course.
hemos aguantado bien esa primera parte hasta que ha venido ese gol, nos ha hecho mucho daño
We
antes del
held
final
them off
del
very well
descanso.
right up until the
Y bueno, la
first
segunda parte hemos
goal
empezado muy
arrived.
bien y cuando el Mallorca estaba mejor,
We
pues ha
started the
venido
second
esos
half
saques
very
de,
well, and
esos
then
saques de
when we were
córner
doing
a
our
favor de la
best,
Real, que
that's
en un
when the
rechace pues ha
second
venido
goal
ese
came for
0-2
them. So
y
obviously that
prácticamente
threw
pues
us
ha
off
matado el
guard,
partido y la última media hora ha dejado pasar
and I
los
think that
minutos.
pretty much
Mallorca lo ha
killed the match
intentado, ha tenido un par
for
de
Mallorca.
ocasiones, ha tenido una muy clara, sobre todo Taque, que hubiera sido el empate a 1 antes del 0-2.
We had
Pero, bueno,
one very
en
clear
primera, si tienes
opportunity that came
ocasiones y no las
from
metes, pues al
Take.
final te pasa con lo que ha
But of
pasado
course,
hoy
when
y
you
bueno,
have
hay que
these
seguir
opportunities and
con el
you're not
trabajo del
able to
Mallorca
score,
y
then we end up with
difícil
results like
ganar un
this, and
partido, sobre
it's
todo
very
en primera
difficult.
división,
We know
pero
how
bueno, hay que
difficult it
seguir,
is to
hay que
win matches in
intentarlo
First Division, so we've
ojalá
just got to
que
go
el domingo pues
onwards and
consideremos
upwards
algo
with
positivo en
this.
el campo del Celta.
Bueno, pues se retiran los
And
jugadores
hope
del
for
Mallorca, los
some
jugadores de la Real
positive
Sociedad
results
que
on the Celta de
pues están
Vigo's
agradeciendo también
stadium.
a algunos aficionados que les han acompañado. Imaginamos, ¿no?, que son aficionados que deben residir aquí en la isla, o quién sabe, ¿no?, si también han viajado, aunque sea entre semana.
So of course, as everybody exits the stadium,
Real
obviously
Sociedad,
most of them
los
residents
jugadores del
here, but
Real Mallorca, y
also
enseguida pues
many
empezaremos
people,
ya
I'm sure,
a
that have
escuchar a
made their way
protagonistas en este
from the Basque
tiempo de
Country to
postpartido aquí,
watch the
como
match
digo,
tonight.
tanto en la zona Super Flash como en la zona Flash, y después la rueda de prensa, ¿no?, de los entrenadores.
So we will be hearing
Vamos a ver, ¿no?,
from
pues
the
que hará la rueda de
coaches in their
prensa
press
Luis
conferences
García
very
Plaza, a pesar
soon,
de que no ha
as
podido
well as
dirigir
from some of
el
the
partido
main
desde el
characters
banquillo,
of
porque ha
tonight's
cumplido el
match in
primer
their flash
partido de sanción. Le
interviews.
queda un segundo, que lo va a cumplir este
Luis García
domingo
Plaza, of course, absent from pitch side today due to his sanction. That was his first one. He will also not be allowed to be on the pitch against Celta de Vigo on Sunday, as we said, kicking off from 6:30 p.m.
Pues empezaba bien con un partido, Manolo, pues muy intenso, con llegadas del Mallorca.
So yes, today we did start off very nicely, very intensely, and with the rain came Real Sociedad's luck and superiority towards the end of the match.
Con la lluvia, que ellos están más acostumbrados que nosotros y bueno, al final pues bueno, la calidad ha salido.
Yes, of course. It's funny you mentioned the rain. They are much more used to us to the rain, and that is always going to have a massive effect.
El Mallorca lo ha intentado y hasta el final y no ha podido ser. Pero bueno, hay que seguir trabajando.
Mallorca, of course, did try until the end. It just wasn't meant to be.
Del cuerpo técnico y sobre todo de los jugadores y a ver si tenemos un poquito más de suerte y hay que mirar los próximos partidos con seguir ahí con esta línea, no de resultados, pero sí de juego, y tendremos nuestra ocasión de mejorar y sobre todo.
And hopefully we are going to have that opportunity to get something positive out of our hard work, which we really do need right now.
Real Mallorca, atendiendo ya a los compañeros de Movistar Televisión, estaban aportando ya alguna estadística de pases, por ejemplo, que había hecho, pues creo que ponía 54 pases completados, más de 40.
So just reviewing some of the statistics that are coming through here.
Ha sido sin duda el mejor del partido para el Mallorca, ¿no?, a pesar de la derrota.
Sí, la verdad que Antonio Sánchez, pues
So Antonio Sánchez had an excellent match, and if we look at the statistics, it becomes even more obvious.
Hay que estar contento por la recuperación de este jugador y bueno, ahí ya tenemos otro jugador en medio campo y le ha dado pues bueno, frescura a este medio campo, aguanta hasta el final y bueno, esperemos que siga con esta buena línea de juego y ahí están los números que tiene Antonio Sánchez.
Estoy mirando la
So yes, we just need to look at the numbers there to see how high quality a player he is.
Ampliar distancia, ¿no?, con la zona de abajo, se queda 16º, ¿no?, con esos 26 puntos. El Mallorca, que pues sí que ya ha completado, ¿no?, pues todos los partidos que tenía pendientes.
So Mallorca now, of course, has completed the matches that they needed to recover in comparison to the rest of the league teams. We will be hearing from Antonio Sánchez very soon.
Pues así es, Dani, estamos ya con Antonio Sánchez. Antonio, qué pena, ¿no? Otra vez de estos partidos que el equipo parece que hace las cosas muy bien, pero le falta el gol.
So Antonio, a massive shame today.
Sí, es una pena
to end a match there where you played well.
Para distanciarnos de esa zona de abajo.
Yes, because it was a good opportunity for us to move away from the bottom half of the table. I think we could have done more today. I think we weren't up to the standard that we'd shown in the last couple of matches, so we've just got to be self-critical and prepare for the next ones. So 2 matches now where you haven't been able to score. So maybe not generating that danger that you had done recently. Yes, I mean, I think they were very different matches. The other day, last week, I don't think we could have done any more at all. But I think today we leave with the feeling that we could have done more, and we need to be really self-critical. So for the team now, I guess you've just got to get up and carry on, of course. The next one is in a difficult stadium, as you know, but it will be a good match and a good opportunity. Yeah, we've got to just get back on track of what we were doing. We were confident and convinced about what we were doing. Today, I think, was a bad day to give it a name. But we know what we need to do. And I think we're going to be, if we get back to that, we're going to be very close to getting points. The fans in the last couple of matches have been really amazing with their support, because even if we haven't got any points, they've been there supporting us. But onwards and upwards. So words there from Antonio Sanchez, who must be absolutely exhausted because he did not stop running for the whole of the match. So Manolo, what do you think about Antonio Sanchez's words there? So very self-critical, right? He's saying that the match today was not the path that he wanted the team to follow. So of course we'll see wait to hear from the verdict from the rest of the team and from Luis García Plaza. Yeah, I mean, he knows that they've got to get back from to the dynamic of when we had those 2 consecutive victories. It's a bit of a great match for us today. I mean, we knew it was going to be a complicated match. They are, at the end of the day, at 7th on the lead board.
Es verdad que viendo las sensaciones, ¿no?, que desprendía el equipo en las últimas semanas, sabíamos que era un calendario complicado en casa, porque al final, pues fíjate, ¿no?, los equipos que
I mean, we knew it was going to be tough at home as well, of course.
Por la permanencia, pues ha venido aquí el Betis, equipo que está luchando por la Champions. Ha venido aquí el Valencia.
Of course, we have had Betis and Valencia, who of course are having great teams and very, very powerful teams, and those are the 3 consecutive defeats recently. But they are extremely potent rivals. I mean, on paper they are rivals that should beat you, of course, and they have. The quality of the players is there, it's very obvious.
No te queda otra, hay que mirar hacia adelante contra el Celta e intentar sacar algo positivo ahí.
We've got to look forward for the match against Celta. We're maintaining that 5-point distance.
Ganó al Cádiz ese partido que era vida o muerte, sobre todo por el golaveraje, y hay que seguir hacia adelante y confiar en esta.
And we've just got to concentrate on our path and trust the players. And I think they are going to give us that joy that we need.
Es muy complicado, somos un equipo recién ascendido, la liga se nos va a hacer muy larga, pero como todos los equipos, y hay que mantener.
The league is going to be very long for us this year, that's for sure. But it is for every team in the league. But they are the first ones, of course, who are going to be extremely self-critical of themselves.
Disputó el partido hasta el final y se perdió, pero bueno, el Mallorca está ahí y no hay que ponerse nerviosos, hay que intentar sacar una victoria ya cuando se pueda.
They can't get too nervous, of course. They need to try and get a goal from wherever they can.
Estaba viendo, aquí tenemos un monitor aquí, estaba viendo alguna estadística que hemos visto después también durante el partido en nuestras estadísticas y veía, por ejemplo, también que la posesión ha estado pues ahí, 49 del Mallorca, 59 de la Real Sociedad, es decir, no nos han ganado por posesión. Veía también la cifra de pases también más o menos estaban bastante pareja, sí que alguna pérdida más del Mallorca. 4 corners ha sacado la Real Sociedad, 3 ha sacado el Mallorca, donde sí evidentemente que han sido superiores es en las oportunidades, ¿no? Está claro que ellos han tenido pues unas cuantas más.
What we can take out of these recent defeats is that where the other teams have been superior have been in chances and opportunities.
Y ahí es donde la Real, pues la verdad es que han puesto su ley.
Because at the end of the day, that is the reality that, like Luis García Plaza always says,
muy clara la de ataque, que si ir a puerta pues era el empate a 1 hubiera
the match results are decided in goal scoring areas.
Ya se encontraban mal y se han encontrado con ese 0-2 que no se lo esperaban porque ha sido a balón parado, pero bueno, esto es lo que tiene el mundo del fútbol. Al final,
But that is the reality of the world of football in the end.
Y ha metido ese 0-2 y después la ha matado con esos 0-2 y la última media hora pues ha intentado aguantar y han aguantado bien.
But yeah, unfortunately they were killed by that 2-0 there, and that in reality was almost the end of the match.
Y hay que mirar hacia adelante.
Bueno, estamos a la espera, ¿no?, de la comparecencia de los dos entrenadores y que también empiezan a aparecer esas declaraciones en la zona flash de nuestro vestuario. Pendientes también, ¿no?
So yes, we are awaiting eagerly
el primero que comparezca en esa sala de prensa, después lo hará
the flash interviews and press conferences that we will be showing very, very shortly.
Que hace esa comparecencia, en cualquier caso, a ver cómo valora, ¿no?, esta derrota, la tercera, como digo, consecutiva. El Mallorca que pues tiene
We'll
ganas
see
de
what Luis García Plaza feels about this third consecutive defeat.
Que eso, pues el recuperar efectivos, ¿no?
Of course, positive things to take out of it is the return of Baba.
Positivo, ¿no?, de cara a lo que nos viene, sobre todo.
Sí, hombre, Baba pues es un jugador muy importante para nosotros. Y bueno,
yes, of course, Baba is a very important figure for us.
Con la lesión que tuvimos
it's very positive for the team.
En principio, pues siempre es bueno un jugador como Baba y esperemos que pueda coger poco a poco la forma y siempre es bueno tener un jugador más.
Estaba viendo de estadísticas que la Real Sociedad, bueno, las veía antes del partido, es uno de los equipos que pues ha dejado más veces la portería cero, luego lo comentamos, pero vamos con Matthew Hoppe.
Real Sociedad is one of the teams who has not been scored against many times, but we'll go to Matthew Hoppe.
What a pity, no? 0-2. Mallorca made a good match, but finally the result it was not the one that you expected.
Yeah. You know, it's a difficult result, but you know, we have to keep moving forward, and you know, we're still in a good place on the table. We gotta keep fighting. So
you have to keep fighting. Now with Celta, it's a team that is in the middle of the table, and you have to make another good match to start winning again. No?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and are you happy of another time playing? For another time playing?
Yeah, I'm always happy to play, and yeah, I was patient for the chance, and you know, just gotta keep fighting for my spot on the team. So,
what was missing to the team today?
What was what?
Missing today. What did the team have to do more?
I think we were just possessing the ball a lot, moving the ball around, but we weren't taking very many risks. I think going forward, we weren't really breaking lines, and like we get the ball near the penalty area, and then we wouldn't put in a cross to our forwards. So I think we just have to be braver, especially in the final third, and then we'll have more chances going forward. So.
Okay. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you very much.
Matthew Hoppe.
Sí, bueno, pues esa entrevista de Esteban Ramón, claro, velocidad que ha hablado de esa última respuesta, me estaba apuntando aquí lo que había dicho. Bueno,
very high speed interview there in English by Matthew Hoppe.
Para el equipo, pero que pues al vestuario no le queda otra, ¿no?, que seguir luchando. Destacar esa,
but as he says, there's no other option really than to keep fighting, of course.
Haber podido jugar de nuevo y que bueno, pues espera que el equipo pues en los próximos partidos pues también pueda tener más y mejores oportunidades. Recordemos un Hoppe, ¿no?, que ha vuelto a jugar en el día de hoy, que tuvo esa irrupción.
So of course, yes, remembering that Hoppe is back.
Ante el Villarreal, que terminó con empate a 0, marcó un gol, pero se lo anularon.
He did manage to score against Villarreal in that match that ended up 0-0 and then was disallowed. And then he had a slight injury which did really slow down his incorporation to the team. So it is good to see and hear from players who we've barely had the chance to all year, of course.
Sí, sobre todo, bueno, una semana de 3 partidos, pues Luis García Plaza pues está intentando mover a la plantilla, son 3 partidos seguidos en una semana y necesitamos.
Yeah, of course, with 3 consecutive matches in a week, so Luis García Plaza is trying to bring out other options.
Ese partido del Villarreal que tuvo cositas y tuvo esa lesión, se ha recuperado y bueno.
It's a shame for Hoppy because obviously he started to shine in that match against Villarreal, but then he obviously got injured, and that really did slow down his integration in the team. So it's the most important thing is for him to be well, fit and recovered to come on and help the rest of the team.
5 goles me parece, sí, lo tengo aquí delante. El Real Madrid, por ejemplo, ha encajado 20, el Sevilla 18, pero bueno, está en esas cifras de los equipos punteros de la liga.
So yes, Real Sociedad is one of the highest scoring teams in the league.
Cuando se han puesto por delante, se han encerrado de una manera, centros que hemos intentado.
And once they did get in the lead, you could tell immediately how easily they started closing off.
Venían de un accidente porque perdieron 4-0, que venían de jugar la Europa League, pero ahí están los números. También es un equipo que mete pocos goles,
and the stats say it all, of course.
Las ocasiones que está teniendo y sobre todo los goles porque los puntos los tienen ahí y la verdad que bueno, ellos han jugado la Copa del Rey, también han jugado la Europa League y es un equipo que tiene bastante plantilla.
And they've played in the Europa League, they've played in the King's Cup, and their list of players is extremely menacing and threatening.
Por cierto que hablabas de Copa del Rey, bueno, vemos que aquí enseguida pues vamos a escuchar también a Martín Valien. Veo también que está Luis García, ha hablado con los compañeros de Movistar, así que será él el que haga la rueda de prensa. Enseguida vamos a escuchar al central del Real Mallorca también, valorar un poquito pues
so we're going to hear it very shortly from Martin Valgent.
Autocrítico, ¿no? Veía que también había otro partido, bueno, de hecho está en juego todavía, en este caso de Copa del Rey. Está ganando el Valencia 1-0 al Athletic Club de Bilbao. Recordemos que el Athletic
At the moment, by the way, Valencia is beating Atletico Bilbao 1-0, just to point that out.
Que pues en ese sentido estaría más cerca, ¿no?, de las semifinales. Bueno, vamos a escuchar más protagonistas, nos vamos con uno de los grandes del vestuario, con Martín Valgent.
So, over to Martin Valgent.
Así es, está en llamba Martín Valgent. Martín, ¿qué ha faltado ya al equipo?
So what was missing from the team today?
Partido un poquito, por decir extraño, ¿no? Pocas ocasiones, pocas cosas.
It's a bit of a weird match, I think. You know, not much happening for us in the match.
Nosotros también con nuestros datos, pero con pocas llegadas peligrosas.
Very few dangerous opportunities for us today. So what was missing? Maybe energy today. I think we need to be stronger. We need to transmit more.
Ya por el domingo, que es el partido más cercano.
Claro, y después de 3 derrotas consecutivas, ¿cómo está el vestuario, no? El partido, la racha era buena, la dinámica era buena. Hoy el equipo a lo mejor pues ha mostrado.
So obviously recently you'd had a really positive dynamic.
Que no era la mejor, pero bueno, aún así se ha competido muy bien.
Bueno, siempre.
So even so, you still competed very well.
Es difícil porque te tocan.
I think it's difficult to talk about dynamics and periods and things like that. Because we always compete in every single match.
No puntuamos nada, pero por el siguiente partido, que sabemos que va a ser importante, ilusionante, son los nuestros partidos.
And today, obviously, we didn't manage to get any points, but we're going to be keeping that in mind for the next match, obviously.
Nuestro objetivo.
Claro, al final es eso, ¿no? Toca seguir, hay que seguir apretando, hay que seguir igual que hasta ahora en cuanto a proyección y juego, y sobre todo eso, en una oportunidad tanto.
So yes, I guess you just need to keep doing what you're doing, and hopefully get some points to be able to be calmer with your place on the league board.
Un partido como este, creo que cada uno de nosotros nos tiene que doler un poco.
Yes, and I think after a match like this, I think we all need to do a little bit of self-reflection and look inwards and demonstrate on the pitch rather than with words. Yeah, and we'll be back next time, very excited and as eager as always.
finaliza esta entrevista con Martin Valient. Te despido ya también, Manolo, porque vamos
So Martin Valgent's words there, and it's goodbye from me to you, Manolo. So hopefully we can get a victory against Vigo on Sunday, Manolo.
Quedan nada, 4 días y el jugador pues
the good thing is it's only 4 days away. They just need to move on from the bad result we had today and focus on the positive points of the match. Mallorca is definitely capable of beating Celta de Vigo.
El Mallorca está ahí compitiendo, lo que pasa que en las ocasiones que las tenemos no las metemos, pero ojalá que el domingo cambie esa dinámica.
Bueno, pues gracias,
and hopefully on Sunday we can manage to get some of those balls in the back of the net. So we're going to Luis García Blazas.
Ganar el siguiente partido y es el único objetivo que tiene.
First of all, we're going to Alguacil.
No sé si forzado por las circunstancias o simplemente se trata de un planteamiento puntual en función del rival. De nuevo el sistema, el dispositivo defensivo con 3 atrás, 3 centrales, 2 carriles largos, le ha dado al equipo una solvencia defensiva que quizás estaba necesitando, no sé.
No hemos hecho con 3. O sea,
I don't think having a line of 4 in defense today gave us a particular advantage because we've defended equally well with 3.
Bueno, de esto ya hemos hablado más de una vez. El equipo.
We've spoken about this before anyway.
Y bueno, y hay que adaptarse entre las lesiones.
They were very good tactically, and we've had to adapt because of the different absences from the team.
Bueno, y lo hemos trabajado así, tanto a nivel defensivo como ofensivo. Bueno.
We've been working on it from an offensive and a defensive perspective.
Cómo lo afrontamos, qué es lo que queremos hacerle al rival y bueno, y ante eso pues bueno, optaremos por una cosa u otra.
And we'll just have to analyze the next match and the next rival and we'll decide on one formation or another.
Parecen un parte de guerra porque es que evidentemente van cayendo efectivos día a día. De hoy puedes informarnos de algo nuevo.
Espero
so can you give us any new news about today?
Sabe el apellido del cambio.
Well, Gorosabel asked for the change. I think he asked for it in time, so hopefully he's not feeling too much in pain.
El sábado ya sabes a dónde vamos, entonces bueno.
Obviously Saturday you already know where we're going, big match for us. So like I said to your colleague earlier,
valorar quiénes estamos.
Day to day, we're just going to assess the situation, assess how everybody feels, and face up to the next match with no excuses, even if we are going up against Real Madrid. So aside from the match,
¿Cómo lo hace la Real Sociedad para aguantar a los jugadores de cantera y que se consoliden y tengan minutos y participen en predicción?
How do you do it to make everybody from the native players of the area to stay in Real Sociedad and also get minutes on the pitch and they all want to stay? Well, I think it's a team effort. We all do a lot of work on the native players of the area, and then it's all about coordination.
Bueno, pues finalizaba aquí la rueda de prensa de Manolo Alguacil con esa última pregunta, ¿no?
So Alguacil there, very interesting last question from Paco Muñoz, saying that, implying, but also saying very directly that the Mallorca native players have been leaving the island in recent years to go to different teams. So I'm here on my own now with the camera team, waiting for Luis García Blazas' press conference. Of course, the stadium is now empty. We know that it's been a difficult one for everybody today, not only because of the weeknight match, but also because of the weather in the end. We'll be hearing from Luis García Blazas very soon and see how the defeat has sat with him. So obviously, as we've said before, he is halfway through his sanction now. It's not the first time it's happened to him, but it means that he is going to miss the Celta de Vigo match as well. Iguacil there was just asked about their Saturday match against Real Madrid.
en la sexta posición, vuelve a puestos
because after this victory they are now 6th on the leaderboard in the Europe within the European positions now.
Disputado. Bueno, se pone a un punto del Atlético de Madrid, que es quinto, se pone a un
Which means
punto
that they are
del
now a
Barça,
point
que
away
es
from
cuarto ahora mismo,
Atletico
porque tiene un
Madrid.
partido menos, y bueno, pues el Betis, el Sevilla y el Madrid, que quedan en las tres primeras posiciones. Este sábado por la Real Sociedad, que visita
And then just
el
only
Santiago
slightly
Bernabéu.
away
Nos
from
interesa
Betis, Seville
el
and Real Madrid,
Mallorca, que
who are
pues está en
in
esa
the top
parte baja
three
de la
at the
clasificación,
moment.
como digo,
But
en
of
la
course, we need to
16ª
be
plaza,
focused
ahora
on
mismo con esos
Mallorca.
26 puntos. Bueno,
We
ese
are on
colchón
26
hubiera
points
podido
at
ser
the
más
moment.
importante, ¿no?, de haber puntuado en el día de hoy, pero finalmente se queda después de esta
Those 3
jornada
points
pues
were
en esos 5
vital for us
puntos, ¿no?
today,
Ese
but it
empate
was
que
not
hubo entre
meant to
Granada y
be.
Cádiz pues hace que la distancia con el descenso quede ahora mismo pues en
Luckily,
esos 5 puntos más el golaveraje.
after
Ahora
that
mismo
draw
coge el
between
equipo
Granada
Mallorca
and Cadiz,
esa
that means that the
18ª posición,
5
es el
points
Cádiz.
difference
El
is still there,
equipo que tiene pues
luckily.
ahora mismo 21 puntos. Por detrás quedan el Alavés, que también tiene 21, y el Levante, ¿no? Bueno, pues que parecía,
Alaves
¿no?,
on
que
21 is still lagging
estaba desahuciado, y
behind.
que pues los 3 últimos partidos pues ha conseguido 2 victorias y un empate, y parece que todavía tiene un poquito de vida. Bueno, vamos con la rueda de prensa de nuestro entrenador, vamos con la
So
rueda
we're
de
going to
prensa
go in here now
de
from Luis García Plaza.
Buenas, mister. Elena García, del Diario de Mallorca. Comentaba en la previa que estaba contento con la imagen que estaba dando el equipo en los últimos 4 partidos.
So you said in the pre-match coverage that you were happy with the team's image that they were projecting in the last couple of matches, but this didn't seem like that. So how do you feel now? Well, I'm not going to tell you exactly how I feel, but I think you're right. I think we had some good minutes. And then after that, I think we started to pull off one of the most disappointing matches and performances I've seen of them all year. We had a big pep talk at halftime. And after that, then I saw 15 minutes where we were much more ourselves. But then when you give too much in football, I think you're always punished for it.
Y entonces llega el segundo gol de un rebote, no sé qué, de tal, de cual, y te castiga, ¿vale? Y aparte que ellos son buenos, porque el primer gol, hostia, eso lo hacen Silva y María.
Of course, apart from the fact that they are very good. I mean, that first goal, that's talent.
Encontremos esas situaciones, ¿vale? Pero ya te digo, no hay ninguna palabra que lo define, simplemente es una primera parte.
But there aren't really many words to define it.
Una primera parte decepcionante, o no sé cómo llamarlo.
You know, bar about 6 or 7 minutes, the first half was very disappointing for us. And then they reacted in the second half. But then after that, it's really difficult to score.
Seguimos a 5 puntos y hay que seguir. Si no recuerdo mal, hace 5 partidos estábamos a 4, ahora han pasado 5 jornadas, estamos a 5.
You know, we were 4 points away from the relegation zone 5 matches ago. 5 matches later, I think we're now 5 points away. I mean, I'd love for us to get the points, but no, I wasn't happy with the performance in the second half today.
Lo que lleva el partido, ¿vale? En ese sentido, sí.
Hola, mister Alberto Hernando, Cadena SER.
Hola.
Acaba de hablar Imanol, ha dicho que no le ha dado la sensación de que la Real tuviera el partido tan controlado como puede haber.
So the Real Sociedad manager just said in his press conference that it was a difficult rival, difficult stadium, and that he didn't feel that they had the match under control, in fact.
Por un gol de diferencia, por una distancia corta. Y es la derrota con más diferencia de la temporada que en casa. No sé si lo has comentado un poco en relación.
So it's the biggest loss, the biggest defeat for the team at home this season.
La derrota con mayor diferencia en el juego también entre el Mallorca y el
So is that how you feel as well, and difference of performance?
Es que al final yo creo que primero se juntan, y lo repito, cuando todos los equipos tenemos días, ¿vale? Entonces,
I mean, all teams have good days and bad days, of course. So when we have a bad day on an inferior team with a good day for a superior team, you know, that's a lot of bad luck there. And I didn't like how my team played in the first half. Now I do know how I feel, Elena, going back to your previous question. I was surprised today. I didn't expect them to perform like that. We've been giving the fans and giving everybody a lot of joy recently, a lot of excitement. And I think the team was on track to becoming that team again.
Un corner, un rebote, no sé qué rayos se le deja al otro y gol. Y entonces te machaca. Y a partir de ahí, claro.
And then there was mistakes, and we had to pay really, really dearly for them today.
Venimos también de un partido, de esfuerzos. Depende con qué equipos. Hoy, por ejemplo, con Baba, creo que no digo con Baba, con este tipo de equipos creo que es vital, con otro equipo no, ¿vale? Pero con este tipo de equipo creo que es vital.
I think Baba against this kind of team is probably essential for us.
Pero sobre todo la palabra es sorprendido. Ahora sí da con
But I would say, yeah, my main word today is that I'm surprised.
Buenas noches, Luis. José Sellés de IB3 Televisión. Yo quería preguntarte por Antonio Sánchez. Lleva 2 partidos jugando.
So asking about Antonio Sánchez. He's been playing, substituting Galarreta recently, which is very difficult to do, of course.
Quería preguntarte qué te parece estos 2 partidos que lleva Antonio allí.
And I was going to ask, what do you think of his performance so far, and about Baba's return?
Es fácil elogiar o analizar tanto individualmente a jugadores.
But it's difficult to analyze and compliment players individually. He's been playing in number 6 position recently, but I think he's more of a number 8. But when he's been on the wings, he was great as well. He's really strong. He's really powerful. Now we're going to need him more in that position because of Galarreta being off.
Tema que nos ha pasado durante todo el año, ¿vale? Pero es lo que ha pasado, se ha ido Gala y ahora tenemos que va a recuperar a Antonio.
Yeah, we've had to, we've had to move players around and put them in different positions that we can use them in.
Está bien y tenemos que hacer es optimizar los recursos que tenemos para suplir esa.
And we've just got to optimize the resources we have to get the best result possible.
Ha intentat moure la banqueta a la segona part per intentar empatar el partit, ha entrat Hopi, que feia molt temps que no jugava, ha canviat també ataque Kubo.
So a lot of players on the bench came on in the second half, it's just Hopi, and so what were you looking for with those changes?
Hasta el gol, perdón. O sea, fíjate si cambia el fútbol. El descanso hubiera
cambiado a 8. Until the goal, I wouldn't have changed anybody actually.
He mandado salir a calentar a los 3. Y le he dicho al banquillo, en 5 o 6 minutos entra. Pero hostia, el equipo está bien. Después de arrancar la segunda parte, el equipo está bien. Lo que pasa es que llega en ese momento el gol, entonces así ya le metes.
When the second goal came, those changes, they just had to speed up.
Yo creo que igual que hubiera cambiado no solo a esos 3, no se puede, después hasta el segundo gol no hubiera cambiado a nadie. Incluso he dicho
so until the second goal, I wouldn't have changed anybody.
La gente entrando y bueno, pues han salido y nada más. Yo creo que ni Take ni Amat han tenido su día.
I don't think it was Take's day, I don't think it was Amat's day. People just weren't up to scratch today, and there's nothing else to say about it.
Bueno, llevaba varios partidos jugando con 2 delanteros arriba, había tomado la decisión de dejar a Murici solo, no sé si puedes.
So you took made the decision today to leave Murici by himself, and there was a lot of imprecision today. A lot of the players just shooting towards the goal quite blindly.
Tampoco creo que los resultados sean por eso. Llevamos jugando, me parece que los últimos 7 partidos con 2 delanteros menos este y solo hemos ganado 2. Bueno, 3, el del Español de Copa.
I mean, I think we'd been playing the last 7 matches, I think, with 2 strikers at the top, and we'd only won 2 of them. So I think it was just the decision, the time to try something different.
También depende de quién tengamos por detrás en medio campo, todas las cosas esas ayudan, ¿no? Depende del estilo del rival, si juega más directo. Bueno, necesitamos que la gente de arriba trabajase en presión porque ellos se salían balones de juego posicional ya lo dije, con Villarreal y Barça es de lo mejor de la categoría. Y nada más, y después pues es que no hemos estado acertados, es que...
And then obviously we just, we couldn't get the right decisions today, we couldn't get the right angle.
Pero con una diferencia abismal, lo de los demás el otro día. Y hoy, si me dicen que es otro chico puesto con otra...
The other day, I think he was the best by far to attack his case. And today, he looked like a different player. And of course, that can happen with everybody. I just wasn't their day to day. They weren't fluid, they weren't finding each other, there was no fluidity, no easy play.
Mister, se hace un poco difícil entender lo que hace con los delanteros. Quiero decir,
so it's quite difficult to understand what you do with the strikers. You'd been given opportunities to Angel recently, and today he had no minutes. Hoppy came on today, which he'd had barely any time in the last minutes, and Fernandinho didn't warm up, Abdon didn't warm up either. So it's quite a strange decision to go for Hoppy before any other players like Angel or Abdon. Well, the day against Seville, we put in Ferd, and we think we tried to put in who we think is going to work better with whoever's on the pitch at the time.
Bueno, pues metemos a 2-3 en el banquillo, pero con 5 delanteros es complicado que entren. Entonces, en este momento creo que podía entrar bien Hoppy para mantener una buena línea de presión, una buena línea de movilidad.
I thought Hoppy today would help to bring in a mobility line and a secure line. So I wasn't surprised by my decision. So I'm unfortunately, you seem very surprised by it.
Pues quizás esas indicaciones a pie de campo, todavía los nervios se sufren más, ¿no?
Sí, te sientes impotente, la verdad. Te sientes que no formas parte del equipo, que no formas parte casi del partido.
Yeah, it's definitely a very frustrating sensation to be upstairs. You feel like you're not part of the team. You feel like you're completely away from everything that's happening. I mean, obviously, you've got to accept it. But I don't think these type of sanctions are fair for any kind of coach in Spain.
Se acepta el error, pero creo que las sanciones a todos los entrenadores son desmedidas, es lo que pienso.
So I think, those kind of restrictions and measures are always very difficult for coaches in First Division.
Bueno, pues finaliza aquí la rueda de prensa de Luis.
That is the end of Luis García Plaza's press conference there.
Autocrítico con sus jugadores.
So very self-critical and critical towards his players today.
Esta situación se nos fue el comodín que teníamos, así que habrá que seguir sufriendo un poquito más. Eso sí, con esos 5 puntos no es el golaveras de momento respecto a la zona de descenso. Domingo, 6:30 de la tarde en Balaídos.
So yes, we're going to be back on Sunday at 6:30.
Y seguir adelante, seguir dando pasos al frente.
Try and break the recent dynamic that they've had and carry on with the battle. So that's it from us today on Play Red Live. We'll be back with you again. Thank you very much for watching and listening, and we'll be back with you next time. So good night.
Hasta la próxima.